So good morning, dear participants. We are about to begin the inaugural ceremony of this ICSSR sponsored two-day national seminar on Vision India 2025. The dignitaries are about to enter this venue. Requesting all of you to stand up and receive the honorable dignitaries.
A very pleasant morning to everyone gathered here. It is a great moment of joy and happiness to meet you all in the ICSSR sponsored two-day national seminar on Vision India 2025 towards $5 trillion economy, opportunities and challenges. The vision to make India into a $5 trillion economy also includes various developments in the likes of transforming the farmer to an energy producer, sophisticated infrastructure for startups and incubation, mind-blowing setup in logistics and transportation, and much more. In order to dive deeper into such development possibilities, this seminar is organized inviting experts from different realms of industries and academics. Prayer is an opportunity to converse with the divine power. Let us invoke the blessings of the Almighty Power, song followed by TamilNadu.
You set the boundaries for the oceans. You command the wind and waves. Standing over every season, God, you reign. You reign, and it's all yours. The day and the night, the earth and the sky. God, it's all yours. Every breath we're taking in, we pour out again in worship. God, you authored our beginning. You have numbered all our days. Your love for us is everlasting beyond the grave. You reign, and it's all yours. The day and the night, the earth and the sky. God, it's all yours. Every breath we're taking in, we pour out again in worship. And it's all yours. The day and the night, the earth and the sky. God, it's all yours. Every breath we're taking in, we pour out again in worship. The mountains rise and lift your name. The oceans roar and shout your praise. Everything is yours.
So let us continue to stand for TamilNadu.
எத்திசையும் புகழ் மணக்க இருந்த பெரும் தமிழனே தமிழனே உன் சீரிழமை
Thank you all. Please be seated. Light eradicates darkness and hands over vision. It's time to light up the lamp. I first invite our beloved Reverend Father Rector to light up the lamp. Followed by Reverend Father Secretary. Then our Honorable Chief Guest of this inaugural ceremony, K.R. Shanmugam, Director and Professor, Madras School of Economics. Dr. G. John, Head of the Department. Dr. Bastian Jerome and Dr. Arul Das, the organizers of this seminar. Jointly, thank you, Father. Thank you, sir.
Now I invite Dr. G. John, Head of the Department of Commerce, to deliver the welcome address.
Dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, good morning. Person A planted a seed knowing fully well that he will not be able to eat the fruits. Still, he planted. And after some time, he disappeared. Out of a seed, there came a plant sprouting. Now, B appeared. He saw the plant, started watering it, knowing fully well that he would not be able to eat the fruits and enjoy it. And he disappeared after some time. Now, C appeared, saw a full-grown tree with lots of fruits, and he started enjoying it. We are now enjoying such fruits of great legacy of the Jesuit fathers. The Jesuit fathers always have a vision. For vision is the art of seeing what is invisible to others. Started with one person in a tiny place called Nagapattinam. Now SJC has nearly 2,000 students plus staff in 80 acres of land nearly. The legacy of seeing the invisible is carried on by Father Rector and Father Secretary. The best example is the Toulouse Arena, the mighty Toulouse Arena. It was lying without a life for nearly 4 years. Father Rector landed at St. Joseph's from Italy. Within a year, there was a beautiful gymnasia. One man at the top made all the difference. That is Reverend Father Rector. On behalf of the Department of Commerce, I would like to extend a very warm welcome to Reverend Father Rector. Welcome, Father. After assuming headship, I had a lot of petty things to discuss with Father Secretary. I wanted to meet him on many occasions. I go there, I see a large number of people waiting to see him, and then I slowly retreat, feeling pity, feeling sorry for him, because a lot of people means lot of work. That's why the St. Joseph's College campus sports a new look. after his arrival. Now, SJC is more beautiful and serene with lots of trees, plants, and enhanced facilities for students and staff. All because of a single person called Father Amal, the secretary of the St. Joseph's College. A hearty welcome to Reverend Father Amal, the secretary of St. Joseph's College. Dr. K.R. Shanmugam, the director and professor of Madras School of Economics. Sir, we are blessed to have you as a resource person for this inaugural function. The rest of the things will be done by a person who is going to introduce the chief guest. On behalf of this great temple of learning, I extend a very warm welcome to you, sir. The department has the distinction of supplying largest pool of human resources to the administrative positions. Vice Principal, Dr. Alexander Praveen Durai, Controller of Examination, Dr. K. Alex, the Dean of School of Management Studies, Professor Caesar. They are adding feather to the Department of Commerce. Welcome you, sirs. And I also at this juncture would like to welcome Professor Marie Anthony, the President of Commerce Association, who is going to spearhead the entire activities of the Commerce Department for this academic year 2024 and 25. Warm words of welcome to Dr. Maria Anthony. And we also have a Shift 2 coordinator, Dr. Augustine, and other staff members. In full strength, the Shift 2 staff members are present. Warm words of welcome to you, my dear staff members. And I find lots of research scholars. And I also find lots of participants from other colleges and staff members. On behalf of the Commerce Department, I welcome you all. Now, let us think in terms of numbers. 1 billion is equal to 100 crores. If you take the dollar rate as 84, it is 83 point something. If you take the dollar rate as 84, 1 billion is equal to 8,400 crores. 1 trillion is equal to 1 lakh crores. 5 trillion. As per the latest records, statistics from IMF, Indian economy, the size of Indian economy is $3.9 trillion, occupying the 5th position. In the first, we have the United States of America with 28.7 trillion. Next, we have China with $18.5 trillion. The rest, the two countries, Germany and Japan, they are somewhere between 4.5 trillion and 5 trillion. And ours, we have reached almost $4 trillion size. And we will be moving towards 5 trillion. And that's what we have set as an aim for 2025. We are going to discuss and deliberate on this particular topic. How to take India forward towards achieving the $5 trillion economy. And this is made possible by two gentlemen in the Department of Commerce. They are owner's pride and neighbor's envy. They are pride of the Department of Commerce and envy of all other departments. There is one Tamil slogan or maxim that you would have heard in Tamil cinema. Singam singla varum. But in Commerce Department, Singam doubla varum. Dr. Jerome and Aruldas. So the entire conference is made possible because of these two gentlemen a warm words of welcome and thanks to these two great gentlemen for this conference, making this conference happen. A welcome to you both, dear sirs. I also find a good number of people from press, a good number of people from administration, and others. A warm words of welcome. Now, last not the least, the heroes of the Commerce Department, the students. A warm words of welcome to the first MCOM students and the second MCOM students. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for very warm words of welcome. Now it's time to honor the dignitaries on the dais. First, I invite Reverend Father Rector to adorn a shawl to our chief guest, Dr. K.R. Shanmugam. Followed by Reverend Father Secretary will garland our chief guest. The chief guest of this inaugural ceremony is being honored by Reverend Father Rector and now garland by Reverend Father Secretary. And next I invite Dr. V. Bastion Jerome to hand over the memento to our chief guest. Now Dr. V. Bastion Jerome will hand over the memento to the chief guest. I invite Dr. K. Alex, the Controller of Examination, to honor Reverend Father Rector with a shawl. Next, I invite Dr. F.R. Alexander Pravindurai, Vice Principal Academics, to honor Reverend Father Secretary with a shawl. Thank you, Father. Thank you, sirs.
Next, I would like to invite Dr. V. Bastion Jerome, convener of this national seminar, to highlight the dynamics of the seminar.
A happy morning to one and all gathered here. Honorable Chief Guest of the day, Professor Dr. K.R. Shanmugam, Director and Professor, Madras School of Economics, Chennai. Reverend Father Rector, the great inspiring personality of this campus. Reverend Father Secretary, the architect of this campus. Reverend Father Principal, the A++ Vetri Nayagan. Respected Dr. F.R. Alexander Pravindurai, Vice Principal Academic. Dr. K. Alex, the Controller of Examinations. Dr. M. Julius Caesar, the Dean School of Management Studies. Eminent speakers of this national seminar, the head of the department and the new captain of the ship, Dr. G. John, my dear staff members, the organizing secretary of this national seminar, Dr. S. Aruldas, and my dear delegates, a warm welcome to all. The core objectives and themes of this seminar is Vision India 2025 towards 5 trillion economy, opportunities and challenges. Vision India refers to a futuristic concept for the country's growth and development. It encompasses various aspects like economic progress, technological advancement, sustainable development, and social prosperity. The idea is to create a modern, inclusive, and innovative India that leverages its strengths to become a global leader. Some key aspects of Vision India include economic growth and self-reliance, digital transformation and technological innovation, sustainable development and environmental conservation, social inclusivity and equality, education and skill development, healthcare and wellness, infrastructure development and urban planning, cultural preservation and heritage promotion. This seminar is planned to highlight the multifaceted approaches on the core topic Vision India 2025 towards 5 trillion economy, opportunities and challenges. This seminar will address whether it is 5 trillion economy or 7 trillion economy. Various startup opportunities including green tech startups, infrastructure development, employment opportunity promotion, digital India measures, foreign trade policy, economic growth, social progress, environmental sustainability and good governance. This seminar has 3 dimensions of achieving maximum thrust to academicians, PG and research scholars and the teaching fraternity. This seminar has been divided into 6 themes focusing on India's 5 trillion economy, vision and mission, implications of 5 trillion market for the country and the global economy, marching towards Viksit Bharat 2047, enablers and challenges of India for 5 trillion economy and including paper presentations. This seminar includes eminent speakers who will share perspectives and issues related to the topic, and the participants will gain numerous benefits including the latest development on the topic, gaining expert knowledge and renewing motivation and confidence. I thank our Jesuit management, Reverend Father Rector, Reverend Father Secretary and Reverend Father Principal for their continuous support, prayers and blessings. Thank you, Fathers. On this memorable occasion, I wish to share some of my credentials with you. In the year 2012, I got a minor project from UGC for rupees 32,000. The year 2020, National Seminar from ICSR, New Delhi, rupees 50,000. The year 2022, National Seminar from ICSR, SRC, Hyderabad, rupees 70,000. And again, the year 2022, National Seminar from ICSR, New Delhi, rupees 1,50,000. And last year, 2003, National Seminar from ICSR, New Delhi, for rupees 4,50,000. The maximum grant from ICSR is rupees 5 lakh. This year, the 2024 minor project from ICSR New Delhi to the tune of rupees 8 lakh, and now today this national seminar from ICSR Southern Region Center, Hyderabad for rupees 60,000. God is so good. St. Joseph, our college patron, always blesses our hard work and efforts. I am very happy today that there are more than 150 participants registered for the seminar. And now we are witnessing this seminar as a gigantic success through your participation. The need-based, significance and relevance topics always score more appreciation. Thank you, my dear participants. I always believe success comes through hard work, only through hard work. I sincerely thank Dr. B. Sudhakar Reddy, the Director, ICSR SRC, Hyderabad, and Council expert members for approving my national seminar proposal and considering it as the need of the hour by sanctioning. The Director, ICSR SRC, Hyderabad, Professor Dr. B. Sudhakar Reddy, who is supposed to inaugurate this seminar, is involved in a state planning meeting with the higher officials of Telangana state. However, he conveyed his best wishes for the success of this seminar through a phone call, and he promised me to come for the forthcoming seminar in December. I give hearty thanks to the pillars of the departments, my dear staff members. My special thanks to the organizing secretary, Dr. S. Aruldas, for his meticulous planning, affection, brotherly love, care, and tolerance. Thank you, sir. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, sir, for beautifully highlighting the dynamics of this seminar. At this point, we are happy to inform you that Dr. Bastian Jerome, the convener of this seminar, is releasing a textbook titled Entrepreneurship and Micro Enterprise Case Studies. I now request our beloved Reverend Father Rector to release the first copy, and I invite Dr. K.R. Shanmugam, our chief guest of this inaugural ceremony, to receive the first copy. I also request other dignitaries to join. This book, Entrepreneurship and Micro Enterprise, is jointly authored by Dr. V. Bastian Jerome and Reverend Dr. S. Maredas S.J. This predominantly speaks on the entrepreneurial skills which are essential in the recent times, and it is prescribed as a manual for various entrepreneurship agencies. And to inform you, this book is available in Amazon. Thank you, Reverend Father. Thank you, sir. And congratulations to the authors.
Now, I invite our beloved Rector, Reverend Dr. Paul Raj Michael S.J., to deliver the presidential address.
Dear Reverend Dr. Secretary, the Vice Principal Academic, Controller of Examination, the Dean, the Head of the Department of the Commerce Department, Dr. John, the Convener, Dr. Bastian Jerome, the Organizing Secretary, Dr. Arul Das, and the resource person, Honorable Dr. K.R. Shanmugam, Director and Professor, Madras School of Economics, Chennai, the teaching faculty of St. Joseph's College, and the teaching faculty from other eminent colleges, and எனது பாசத்திற்குரிய தம்பிகளே தங்கைகளே, Vision India 2025 towards a $5 trillion economy, opportunities and challenges, sponsored together by ICSSR. It's a great moment for us. And I always envy the Commerce Department of St. Joseph's College. Not only eminent professors, but also they are great people for helping in the administrative side. Here I am seeing the stalwarts like. I am really proud of the Commerce Department, and also together with the staff members and the students, let us give a very, very hard applause for our professors and the administrative side. Having said that, Vision India 2025, I bring in Pope Francis in the year 2014. He produced an apostolic bull. If anybody says the name of the apostolic bull, I will give a prize. Anybody? A very, very important document on economy, world economy. All over the world, the economists, they all appreciate it. A very, very important apostolic bull. No. The name of the apostolic bull, at least you should know now, Evangelii Gaudium. In that, he says, economy should have an interconnectedness and an intrinsic relationship with ethics. Without ethics, economy is not just economy. I was very happy listening to Dr. John and Boston Jerome, the economy of India would grow higher and we will reach to the 4th place, 3rd place, like that. It gave me such an amount of happiness. But where this economy move towards, that question we have to ask. Is it for the few or for the majority? Is it for one or two or for the whole India? Vision India 2025 towards the $5 trillion economy, if it reaches to the downtrodden, the poor, and then from them going up with a subaltern perspective, I wish and pray that we are on the right track. Dr. Shanmugam will explain further on this theme, which I don't want to interfere. But the only concern, as Pope Francis expresses, we all are human beings. We all are the image and likeness of God. How far this image and likeness of God is being actualized through economy is a very hard question, which I leave it to you people. God bless you on this national seminar. Wish you all the best. God bless you.
Thank you, Reverend Father Rector. Next, I would like to invite our vibrant Reverend Father Secretary to offer his words of felicitation.
Dear Reverend Father Rector, the chief guest of the day, Dr. K.R. Shanmugam, the head of the Department of Commerce, the organizing team, vice principals, senior professors, my dear fellow students. A very good morning to everyone. I think it is right on the part of the staff in the company of student community, the future shapers of our country, to reflect on the Vision India 2025 towards 5 trillion economy, opportunities and challenges. So along with the organizing team, I am also happy that ICSSR is continually assisting us and helping us to grow and to reflect louder and louder for the development of the nation. For the rector exactly hit the nail on the head. The trajectory of economy shows that India is on a well-placed position to become not only from 5th to 3rd position, but even 2nd position, even 1st position. There is no doubt about it. Whether it is 5 trillion or 7 trillion or 10 trillion, the potentials of becoming the world economic force is within us. And the force behind exactly is nothing but our youth, the youth of our nation. The real rulers who really vision for India certainly would not neglect the power of the youth. The time has come, the youth need to be attended to in a very many ways, dimensions. There are a set of youth who are very clear about their vision, where they want to move. There is a set of youth who are just far behind without basic education. There is a set of youth who are on the know-how of things, but still they are astray. They are demoralized, disoriented, dissipated, distracted on various counts. When we think of Vision 2025, this question always pricks me. Who is the force behind? Certainly you would agree with me, it's a youth force. But why not the government is not paying attention to? So that's my question. The second question, challenge before us is, as obviously said by Father Rector, yes, 5 trillion, 7 trillion, but for whom? When Gandhi was asked to propose a plan for future of our country, and he gave only one advice. My dear friends who are sitting at the helm of affairs, who are at the deciding authorities, keep the common man, ordinary, the last and the least, in your planning program. Whenever you plan for the future, keep this common man and a common woman. Only then we can achieve a true development. Otherwise, the development would be lopsided. But certainly, 5 trillion is possible. We have every opportunities. All the challenges are easily could meet, provided we focus on certain gray area, unattended area. These are some of the concerns. The moment I read the topic, these are some of the concerns came into my mind. I would like to share with you. Where else? Because you are the shapers of India, the future, the harbingers of this new India. So therefore, this is my appeal. This is a challenge I would like to place for you, before you, the coming time, the day, whole day, you can think, reflect louder, and come up with proper answer, so that collectively, together, we grow for a better India. Thank you and God bless you. I appreciate the organizing team and the force behind HOD and other senior professors who are encouraging them. All the best. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you, Reverend Father Secretary, for your appreciating words. And now we are entering into the main event of this inaugural ceremony, that is the inaugural address. Before I invite the chief guest, it is a great honor to introduce our benevolent chief guest of this inaugural ceremony, Dr. K.R. Shanmugam, who is specialized in public finance, corporate finance, macroeconomic models, applied economics, economics of human resource. Sir has finished his PhD in the area econometrics, and his thesis is titled as Economics of Human Resource, an econometric study on compensating differential for job risk. Sir has a rich professional experience being a project associate at Madras Institute of Development Studies, research associate, director and professor, Madras School of Economics, Chennai. And he has handled valuable papers in the likes of public economics, Indian public finance, optimization techniques, microeconomics, cost benefit analysis, and many more. Sir has also offered professional activities like being council member in State Planning Commission, TamilNadu, State Planning Board of the Government of Puducherry, and also Nodal Officer Member, Official Member, Central Direct Tax Advisory Committee, Ministry of Finance, Government of India. And he has also published more than 100 papers in national and international conferences and has delivered 100 lectures at various workshops, training programs organized by national and international agencies. With this few note of introduction, I invite our honorable chief guest of this inaugural ceremony, Dr. K.R. Shanmugam, to deliver the inaugural address of this national seminar. Over to you, sir.
Okay. Thank you for a nice introduction. Respected Reverend Father Dr. Paul Raj Michael, the Rector of St. Joseph College. Reverend Father Dr. K. Amal, the Secretary. Reverend Dr. G. John, the Head of the Department of Commerce. Dr. V. Bastin Jerome, the convener of this 2 days national seminar. And Dr. S. Arul Das, Organizing Secretary. Delegates, faculty, and research scholars, and friends. So I am extremely happy to be here to inaugurate this 2 days national national seminar on Vision India 2025, towards $5 trillion economy, opportunities and challenges funded by ICSSR. So this topic is more important and significant. Let me congratulate the St. Joseph College, particularly the organizers of this seminar on this important topic. In fact, when I was in high school in 1970s, my dream was to study at St. Joseph College. Due to some constraints, I missed that opportunity. I studied in Chikanaikar College, Erode, and then I went to Madras University for my higher studies. After that, I joined Madras School of Economics. I have been with the Madras School of Economics about 30 years. So currently, I'm the director and professor of MSc. I know that this is one of the best institutions in our country. Many great personalities like Dr. Abdul Kalam, our former president, were the alumni of these institutions. Although I missed that opportunity, today I am extremely happy that they invited me to inaugurate this national conference. I am thankful to the organizers for this wonderful opportunity, sir. As I said, this national seminar, particularly the topic is more important, as we know that faster growth of any economy matters because it paves the way for development and prosperity. You know that India has emerged as one of the fastest growing economies globally. In 2018, Government of India announced that India will become $5 trillion economy by 2025. But after that, many crises, many problems happened. So we faced the demonetization effect, GST implementation problem, then finally COVID-19 pandemic. Of course, after that, Russia-Ukraine war. So you know that the COVID-19 pandemic affected almost all economics in the world, including India. Because of the pandemic effort, in 2020-21, our GDP growth declined to minus 5.78. In 2020-21, you know, the pandemic has its own short-term, middle-term and long-term impact on economy. There is an estimate by RBI about the short-term impact of pandemic on our GDP loss. It shows that from 2020-21 to 2022-23, the GDP loss was about 53 lakh crore. So it means 53 trillion rupees. Another estimate indicate that in the middle term, the loss could be about 80 to 85 trillion rupees. So it means almost more than $1 billion. So because of that, obviously, we are not able to reach the 5 trillion target by 2025. So the Government of India later announced that the $5 trillion target will be achieved in 2027-28. It also announced another ambitious target of $7 trillion economy by 2030. But in 2024 January, our finance minister announced that India will reach the target of $30 trillion by 2047. In 2022, I mean at the time of the 75th annual celebration of our Independence Day, our Prime Minister announced that India will become a developing nation by 2047-48, the year at which India will celebrate its 100th Independence Day. So now we have various multiple targets, $5 trillion target, then $7 trillion, $30 trillion targets, and of course we want to become a developed nation. If you look at India's past progress and India's future prospect, one can observe that India has the potential to achieve these aspirational goals. But the question is whether we will be able to reach all the targets on time or it will be delayed by a year or two. If we are able to achieve these targets on time, they may have profound implications for about 140 crore Indian population, Indian citizens. Particularly for young people, we know that 70% of our population are young people. So who are all looking for job-led growth, so they will be benefited if these aspirational goals will be converted into reality. Of course, there are various challenges to overcome these problems. You know, first of all, our average growth rate for the last 12 years is only about 6%. But we have to grow at least 7 to 8% per annum until 2047-48. So at least a 2 percentage point higher growth is required. You know, the growth depends on 3 factor inputs, namely labor, capital investment and technology. But there are various problems and issues relating to these 3 factors. We have huge workforce, labor force, but the problem is the quality of labor force. Still about 50% of our population depend on agriculture. So we need to transform them. We have to shift them from the agriculture to industry, particularly to the medium, the MSMEs. For that, we have to train them. The skill development is more important aspect. We need to concentrate on that. The next input is capital investment. So currently our investment rate is about 30%. But in order to grow 7 to 8%, our investment should be around 38%. So more investment rate is required. The third, technology. Of course, now we are, we are getting large technological advancements, particularly the artificial intelligence, the general AI, and so on. The question is that whether they will affect the demand for labor. Many people worry that the adoption of technology will have its negative impact on employment opportunities. So we need to address all these 3 issues. Besides that, there are many other challenges. Particularly, I want to tell you about one important constraint, which is public debt. It is related to government finance. You know that the government borrows when its revenues are not sufficient to meet its expenditure. So the net borrowing is defined as the fiscal deficit. The accumulation of fiscal deficit over the years lead to public debt. So at present, the public debt is about 80% of our GDP, almost 87 or 88% recently. But you know, this is the very, very unsustainable level. Recently the FRBM committee, the Fiscal Responsibility and Budget Management Committee, headed by Sri N.K. Singh, that report pointed out that 60% of GDP, the 60% of public debt GDP ratio is a sustainable level for our India. 40% for the central government and 20% for all the states together. Because you know, in India, central government borrows, all our state governments are also borrowing. So we have to make them to limit their public debt level to 60% together. But now it is about 90%, 88 or 90%. So there is a need to reduce public debt because public debt is also a hindrance to growth. So the growth is affected because of the high level of borrowing. But how do we reduce public debt is a matter of question because governments are basically welfare governments. So they implement various welfare schemes every year. You know about TamilNadu government. Even now in the election time, many political parties announced the various special programs for people. So all these will lead to high level of borrowing. If we borrow at a higher level, obviously our growth will not pick up. So basically, we have to restrict our fiscal deficit to below 6% level. According to our FRBM Act, the central government can borrow 3%. The fiscal deficit can be 3% of GDP. All states together at 3% of GDP. Total, the fiscal deficit of the country to be 6% of GDP. but now almost 10%, 9 to 10%. So there is a need to reduce the fiscal deficit to below 6% level. So this is an important task for the government. But I don't know what governments are going to do, because we have one central government and many, almost 29 state governments. So all these people should work hard to achieve the target of sustainable level of debt. So that what various constraints we are going to face in order to achieve this aspirational goal. But I hope that in this seminar we are going to deliberate today and tomorrow on various challenges and opportunities available to achieve these 4 aspirational goals. Already I explained, $5 trillion economy target, 7 trillion, and then $30 trillion economy. Further, we want to become a developed nation. Since I am going to deliver a special lecture on this topic, let me stop here. Once again, I thank the organizer for giving me this wonderful opportunity to be here to inaugurate this conference seminar. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for the wonderful inaugural address. We are eager to learn more from you, sir, as you are the resource person for the technical section 1. Now I call upon Dr. S. Aruldas, Organizing Secretary, to propose the vote of thanks for this inaugural ceremony.
Reverend Fathers, respected dignitaries, esteemed guests, honorable speakers, and dear participants, good morning all. I feel honored and privileged to get opportunity to propose a vote of thanks on this special occasion. In a special way, on behalf of the organizing committee, I thank the ICSSR Hyderabad for the financial assistance rendered towards to conduct this national seminar. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed chief guest, Dr. K.R. Shanmugam, Director and Professor, Madras School of Economics, Chennai, who inaugurated the ICSSR Hyderabad sponsored 2 days national seminar on Vision India 2025 towards $5 trillion economy, opportunities and challenges. We are thankful to him for taking the time out of his busy schedule to deliver his inaugural address. The presence of such a personality before us is a great blessing and honor. On behalf of the organizing committee, the Jesuit management of our college, and the participants, we extend a warm thanks to you, sir. Thank you, sir. I would also like to extend my gratitude to our Reverend Father Rector, who is a person beautiful, peaceful, and powerful, and blessed this event in a holistic way. Thank you, Father. We also thank our Reverend Father Secretary for his solid support and his appreciation that energize us in all the effort. Thank you, Father, for your very thoughtful, provoking, and interesting address and felicitation. Thank you, Father. I thank our great academician, best researcher, and well administrator of this temple of learning, our beloved principal, Reverend Dr. M. Arugasamy Xavier, S.J., who conveyed his wishes for the success of this seminar. Thank you, Father. I would like to thank our beloved HOD of our department, Dr. G. John, for his stable help and guidance, and radiated a source of energy with us. It's radiated a source of energy with us. We will ever remain grateful to you, and we thank you for being with us today. I sincerely thank you, sir, for the constant motivation and remarkable encouragement at all the time. Thank you, sir. I want to give my vote of thanks the convener of this national seminar, Dr. V. Bastian Jerome. Within 12 years, he bought around ₹17,28,000 through his able and dynamic sponsorship proposal from various research organizations to our college through 9 research programs, including research project in amazing way. He does every program with a lot of commitment and interest and with a dynamic approach and make it a great success. Thank you, sir. I am happy to express a vote of thanks to our staff members, both Shift 1 and Shift 2, for their motivation and dedication. Thank you, professors. I take this opportunity to thank the entire technical team from JCICT, headed by Reverend Father Sandhyaku SJ, for rendering their service through YouTube and live telecast. Thank you, Father. Thank you, sirs. I extend my sense of gratitude to the press and media people who are evidencing it and visualizing it in grand manner. Thank you, sirs. I thank the student volunteers who were involved in the conduct of the national seminar meticulously. Thank you, dear students. It is the biggest day in the history of our college. Today we hosted a biggest educational conference in India. There are more than 150 representatives and more than 20 colleges and university participating in this 2 days national seminar. This is a huge success in itself. Grand thank you. Thank you everyone for taking this time to be here today and for listening me to speak. I'm so grateful for this opportunity. Have a great day. Thank you one and all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the beautiful note of gratitude. With this, we come to the end of this inaugural ceremony. I thank Reverend Father Rector, Reverend Father Secretary, and all the dignitaries who are present throughout this session.
First MCOM and second MCOM students will stay back for the next session. Once again, the first MCOM and second MCOM students will stay back for the next session, and you will come to the department for the fifth hour. Thank you.
So, dear participants, now we are breaking for tea. We will be back into this venue after 15 minutes. The tea is served outside this venue. You are requested to help yourself.
ஹைதராபாத் ஆராய்ச்சியின் நிறுவனத்தின் நிதி உதவியுடன் இந்த 2 நாள் கருத்தரங்கு நடைபெற்றுக் கொண்டிருக்கின்றது. 2025 இந்தியா $5 பில்லியன் நோக்கி செல்லுமா அல்லது $7 பில்லியன் மதிப்பை நோக்கி செல்லுமா என்று அங்கேயே விவாதங்களும் நடந்து கொண்டிருக்கின்றன. இன்றைய சூழலில் விக்சித் பாரத் 2047 குறித்த நம்முடைய வளர்ச்சி நோக்கிய ஆய்வுகளும் விவாதங்களும் இந்த கருத்தரங்கில் நடைபெறும் என்பதை தெரிவிக்கப்படுகின்றன. இந்த கருத்தரங்கிற்கு ஏறக்குறைய 150க்கும் மேற்பட்ட ஆராய்ச்சி மாணவர்கள், ஆசிரியர்கள் மற்றும் பொதுமக்கள் இதில் கலந்து கொள்கிறார்கள். சிறப்பு விருந்தினராக வெவ்வேறு பெருநகரங்களிலிருந்தும் பெங்களூரு, சென்னை மற்றும் ஹைதராபாத் ஆகிய இடங்களிலிருந்தும் பேச்சாளர்கள் வரவேற்கப்பட்டிருக்கின்றார்கள். இது ஐசிஎஸ்ஆர் ஹைதராபாத் ஆராய்ச்சி கழகத்தின் நிதி உதவிகள் இது நடைபெற்றுக் கொண்டிருக்கிறது. சிறப்பாக நடைபெற்றுக் கொண்டிருக்கிறது. இதற்கு முழு ஒத்துழைப்பு தந்த அனைவருக்கும் நன்றி தெரிவிக்கிறேன். டாக்டர் டி பாசிஞ்சோ ஏதோ கொஞ்சம் கொஞ்சம் நீங்க பார்த்து நீங்களே பாத்துக்கீங்க. எங்களுக்கு இதெல்லாம் பிளஸ் 2025 24 கேட்குற மாதிரி ஒரு ஃபோட்டோ எடுத்து உங்களை ஃபோட்டோவா உங்களை வச்சு நீங்கள் வாங்க அப்படியே நம்ம எடுத்துக்கோம் ஃபோட்டோ அவருக்கு ஃபோட்டோ எடுத்து நீங்கள் ஃபோட்டோ நீங்களே ஃபோட்டோ எடுத்துட்டீங்களா? ஃபோட்டோ ஜஸ்ட்டு பார்க்க நேராக பார்க்குறேன் சார். தேங்க்யூ சார். டீ ஷாப்பிங் கொடுத்துட்டோம் அவ்வளோ நான் சேவைப்பட்டால் போட்டு வரவங்களுக்கு நீங்கள்
Dear participants, we are about to begin the technical session 1, so you are requested to occupy your respective seats. Dear participants, we are about to begin the technical session 1, so you are requested to occupy the seats. So dear participants, now we are beginning the technical session 1. The technical session 1 will focus on India's $5 trillion economy, vision and mission, for which we have our chief guest of the inaugural ceremony as the resource person. I now invite Dr. K.R. Shanmugam, Director and Professor, Madras School of Economics, Chennai, to deliver his lecture on India's $5 trillion economy, vision and mission. Over to you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Colored mic. Okay, no, I think this mic is fine for me. Okay. I have to use this? Oh, okay, fine. Okay, welcome back. So this is the first technical session. So my topic is India's target of achieving $7 trillion economy by 2030. So that is the topic. So first let me brief you about the status of Indian economy and then the ambitious targets. After that we will see whether the target will be achieved on time or not, what are the challenges facing, etc. First we can look at briefly about Indian economy. You know, until 1947, India was under British rule, right? After that we got independence. But basically at the time of independence, the agricultural share was very high, about more than 50%. So we are basically agrarian economy dominated by agricultural growth. Up to 70s, India's average growth rate was very, very low, about 3.5%. So many people commented that it is like a Hindu rate of growth. Okay. After that, in 1990, we got a balance of payment crisis. Then we introduced various reform measures. So before reforms, our economy was closed one, mostly controlled economy. But after that, we opened up our economy and also we introduced liberalization, etc., etc. And also we concentrating on improving our infrastructure on road, railway, port, etc. So the growth picked up. For the last 10 years, of course, we have a stable government. So only recently in the parliament, after the parliament election, now again government is different. But anyhow, for the last 10 years, we had the stable government. And also, as you know, we are the largest democratic nation in the world. So these helped us, I mean all our reform process and stable government, etc., helped us to achieve a considerable progress. So our growth rate picked up at a reasonable level. So in 2018, the government of India, okay, announced that India will set the target of reaching $5 trillion economy by 2024-25. It also announced that the target for agriculture and allied activities to provide us $1 trillion, manufacturing $1 trillion, and the balance $3 trillion from the services sector. So as you know, now our economy is service sector dominance. So that is why they set the target of $3 trillion for the service sector. After that, we got many problems. Already I said in my introductory lecture that demonetization effect came, then government introduced the GST, then COVID-19 pandemic. You know, the pandemic affected not only Indian economy but also almost all economics in the world. Already I indicated what could be the loss because of the pandemic. You know, in 1929 there was a report by Ernst & Young India, okay? They analyzed the possibility of reaching $5 trillion economy by 2025. The report said that India needs to grow 9% to reach the target. You know, when we talk about $5 trillion economy, so first GDP in nominal term and also real term, it is inflation adjusted, and also exchange rate also involved. As you know, the exchange rate is not constant or fixed, it is going to depreciate. So you know that the dollar, the rupees per dollar, every year, every month it depreciates. So we have to take into account all this. So assuming 4% inflation and 2% exchange rate, the study indicated that India needs to grow 9% in real term to reach the target on time. There was a study by Suman and Kaur in 2020. According to this study, India needs to grow at 8% per annum, and our exports should increase by $1 trillion. Then another study by Soni and Bala, 2020, after analyzing the data, they argued that India will join the 5 trillion club only in 2027-28. So before pandemic, in fact, they highlighted that India will not reach the $5 trillion by 2025. The possibility is that it can reach at 27-28. Then, the pandemic impacted our economy. As I said earlier, our GDP growth in 2020-21 was negative. It was minus 5.78% in 2020-21. The GDP comes from different sectors. So in that year, all sectors recorded negative growth rates. And also the GDP comes from different states and union territories. In India, we have 29 states, the total 33 states and union territories. So in every state, we have GDP figures. The GSDP growth rate of 29 states and union territories out of 33 were negative in 2020-21. The RBI report on currency and finance in the year 2022 worked out the short-term impact of COVID-19 on our GDP. It shows that during 3 years period, 2020-21 to 2022-23, the GDP loss in real term was about 53 lakh crore. It means 53 trillion. Okay? But there is another report saying that in the medium term, 5-year loss could be around 85 trillion. So it is almost equivalent to $1 trillion GDP loss. After that, there was a study by Kaur et al. In 2022. Taking into account the pandemic effect, they said that the target of $5 trillion economy will be reached only at the end of the decade. Then another study by Srikant, it says that target will be reached in 2027-28. So it is very clear that $5 trillion target cannot be reached in 2025. Okay, even before pandemic, some studies indicated. Of course, after that also many studies indicated that it cannot be possible to reach by 2025. Therefore, the Finance Minister of India in 2024 announced that the target year is shifted to 2027-28. So it means that the $5 trillion economy target will be reached only by 2027-28. It is the Government of India's official announcement. So after that, there is a report before the budget. We had the interim budget in 2024 because of the election. Of course, next month the Finance Minister will present the full budget. Okay. But before that, they published a report called Indian Economy Review. In that report, our chief economic advisor wrote that India will become $7 trillion economy by 2030. So this is the next ambitious goal. Already we have $5 trillion economy target. But according to 2024 report of Government of India, we have another ambitious goal of $7 trillion economy by 2030. But at the time of 75th Independence Day, our Prime Minister spoke. Okay, he said that India will be a developed country by 2047. This is the year at which India will celebrate its 100th Independence Day. He was saying that the future 25 years are deemed as Amrit Kal. So it is a word taken from the Vedic. It means that it is for India, the next 25 years are auspicious period. So that's what he indicated. So it is another aspirational goal for India. So in 2023, there was a report by Ernst & Young. The title of the report is India at 100. After doing the data analysis, but without highlighting the methodology, the report said that even with moderate average growth rate of 6% per annum, India will become $26 trillion economy by 2047-48, and our per capita income will exceed $15,000 in that year, 2047-48. So it gives us hope that India will become the developed country. But in 2024 January, our finance ministers in the vibrant Gujarat summit in Gandhinagar said that India will be a $30 trillion economy by 2047 based on some conservative estimates. But she did not tell how much growth is required to achieve this $30 trillion economy target. So that's why we have 4 aspirational goals: 5 trillion, 7 trillion, then become developed country, and also $30 trillion economy by 2047-48. So after that, there are many interviews given by eminent scholars in various daily newspaper, even in the weekly magazines. There are interviews given by many economists and eminent scholars. I quote some of them. Dr. Romal Sethi from Deloitte. He said that India needs to grow at 8 to 9% to become developed country by 2047. Then another interview by Dr. C. Rangarajan, who was a former governor of RBI. He was also the chairman of the former Economic Advisory Council to Prime Minister of India. He said that India needs to grow at 7 to 8% to become developed country by 2047. Of course, there are many interviews. Everybody said that India has to grow 7 to 8%. We have to concentrate on various aspects and so on. But there is a specific interview given by Dr. Raghuram Rajan, former governor of RBI, and also he was the chief economic advisor for government of India. He said that India will not be a developed economy by 2047, and it would be nonsense to talk about the goal if so many of our kids don't have a high school education and our dropout rates remain very high. Okay, so the biggest challenge for us to improve the education and the skills of the workforce. So he said that the 25 years is a very longer period. So one cannot talk about the aspirational goal. So this is what he said in the interview. Of course, he is right, because even our short-term forecasts are nowadays not meeting. Okay, so they are all wrong. For example, every year for budget, the finance minister give budget estimates for next 1 year, right? After 1 year, we are getting actual figures. All actual figures are different from budget estimates. So even 1 year, the estimates are going to be wrong, right? So we cannot predict for a longer period, for 25 years. So this is what Dr. Raghuram Rajan pointed out. So I think now you understand about the status of our Indian economy briefly, and then the aspirational goals. So against this backdrop, so we have the following questions. Whether India will meet the following aspirational goals or not. 1, a $7 trillion economy by 2030-31. Will India become a developed nation with a $30 trillion economy by 2047-48? A $5 trillion economy by 2027-28. So these are the questions in front of us. If yes, how much growth is needed to achieve these aspirational goals. Given the past trend in growth of our economy, when will India reach these goals? Because our future growth depends on past performance, right? So if we are not doing well, how can we expect that we do well in our future? Okay, so that's why we need to look at back, and then based on the past trend, we have to plan when we are going to reach these targets. And then what are the challenges in reaching these targets? What should be the appropriate strategies to achieve the targets? So these are the questions in front of us. Of course, there is one more question. What is the norm for developed nation? Because it is a term, right? So there should be a norm. Of course, in the literature, there is no standard norm available. Everybody defined in different way. The World Bank give an estimate of 13,000 some figure. I'm going to tell you. If a country with a per capita income of about $13,000, then it can be considered as the developed nation. Of course, IMF is giving different estimates. But our finance minister said that if we reach $30 trillion economy, then India will become a developed country. So, but in general, most people use World Bank estimates for defining developed economy. But currently, our per capita income is about $2,535. So we are considered as the lower middle income country as per the World Bank classification. So 2,000 to even World Bank estimate about 14,000. So 7 times we have to improve our per capita income. Okay, so these are the problems. So now we can look at the past trend and also the current status of economy, and then we will see how much growth is required to achieve the targets. So you can see the table. Oh, sorry. It is going back. Right. So this is the table. So I have given the figures for the year 2023-24. Our GDP in nominal term was 295 trillion rupees. Okay. Suppose we apply the exchange rate of $83.15, then it is equivalent to $3.55 trillion. Okay. In real term, our economy is $2.09 billion. Okay. Our population is about 140 crore. So using this population, you can compute per capita GDP in nominal term. In rupees, it is about 2,10,857, but in dollar term, it is 2,535. Already I said that this is considered as the lower middle income country level of per capita income according to the World Bank. Okay, in real term, it is just $1,492. Fine. So it is the current level of the current status of our economy. Now look at the GDP growth rate for the last 12 years, starting from 2012-13 to 2023-24. So every year you can see the nominal growth rate as well as real growth rate. As I said, during the pandemic period, the real growth rate was minus 5.78%, right? So the overall average 12-year growth rate was 10.78. This is our nominal growth rate. This is our real growth rate after adjusting the inflation. So this real growth rate is after adjusting inflation. But in India, we have one monetary policy committee. So they defined the target inflation for our country. So they said 4% with plus or minus 2% okay, deviation. So if you assume 4%, but the difference is 6 plus 4, it will be 10, but it is roughly 10.78. So the actual inflation is slightly higher than 4%. Okay, this is what we can observe. Okay, now we can look at the growth rate from 2005-6 to 2011-12. So there is a 7 years average growth rate. Okay, you can see in nominal term, our average growth rate was 15.5%. Our real growth rate was 6.9%. Okay, so during this period, we recorded a faster growth rate of both nominal GDP and real. So actually it gives us a hope that we have the potential to grow at a faster rate. Okay. Right. So, okay, now if you compare this 7 years average growth rate with the previous, the latest 12 years average growth rate, you can observe that the compared to 7 years average growth rate, the recent 12 years growth rate, average growth rate of nominal GDP of 7.8% is about a 5 percentage point less. In terms of real GDP, the gap is 1 percentage points. Okay. So obviously we are not doing well in the recent past, okay? But from 2004, 5, 6 to 2011, 12, we did well. But after that, our growth performance declined. So this is the matter of concern. Okay, now we can look at other aspect. India's share in world GDP in purchasing power parity is 7.9% according to IMF. You know that last year India assumed the presidency of the G20 forum. So it is the destination for larger FDI flow. From 2014 to 2023, the FDI inflow was about $596 billion. But from 2005 to 2014, it was only about $300 billion. So almost doubled the FDI flow after 2014. Okay. And also, you know that recently the India's capital, the market capitalization has crossed the 5 trillion mark, right? So these are the current status of our economy. So another points are given here. India is one of the most modern open digital infrastructure in the world. It has emerged as the global leader in renewable energy. According to the International Renewable Energy Agency, India has the 4th largest installed capacity of renewable energy. It has improved its space technology and sent its spacecraft to Moon and Mars. So, accelerating India's growth rate to achieve the aspirational goals will have a profound implication for more than 1.4 billion Indian citizens, particularly for young people. As I said already, 70% of our people are young, so they are looking for job-led growth. If we are able to achieve the targets on time, so most young people will definitely benefit. Okay, but of course there are a number of challenges that India face in achieving these these aspirational goals. So what are the challenges? We can look at briefly. After that, we can see how much growth rate is required to achieve the target. Then again, I will tell you what are the strategies, roadmap to achieve the targets. So first look at, we are the most populous country in the world. Okay, so our per capita income is only $2,257 compared to USA's per capita income of $70,248. So almost, how much? Almost 30 times US per capita income is higher than ours. Even look at China. China's per capita income was $12,557. So we are in the 2000 level. So there is a need to improve our per capita income. One. Second, we have huge inequality in our income. You know, according to the new Oxfam report, more than 40% of the wealth created in India from 2012 to 2021 had gone to just 1% of the top people. So 1% of the people got about 40% of the wealth created during this period. Of course, the bottom 50% of the people got only 3% share. So huge inequality exists. And also another problem is poverty. So India still has the world's large number of poor at 228.9 million according to the Oxfam India report 2023, okay, to 2023, right? Plus we have a capital investment problem. You know, capital investment is critical to meet the rising demand and ensure non-inflationary growth in the long run. But capital investment, particularly in the private sector, has not picked up substantially in the last 10 years. However, the non-performing assets of the banks have come down after 2017, and the banks are now willing to lend more. Okay, but still the savings investment gap has widened. So these are the challenges we have. Plus, look at the capacity utilization in manufacturing firms. Of course, the capacity utilization in manufacturing firm has increased over time, indicating that there is a revival of the private investment. Okay, but we face a high inflation, unstable rupee, large current account deficit. It is mostly because of the high oil prices. But of course, in the recent document says that we have the current account surplus in the current quarter. Okay. Another problem is agriculture. At the time of independence, our share of agriculture was 50%, but now it reduced to 15%, but still 40% people working in agriculture. But it contributes only 50%, so indicating that low productivity of agriculture per person. Okay, so this is the major concern. There is a need to shift these people from agriculture to other sector. So now we can look at the sectoral transformation. So basically we need to do this sectoral transformation from agriculture to industry, especially in terms of employment. You know, large firms have driven productivity growth, but there has been not much job creation. The majority of employees are stuck in small, low productivity, low growth firms, while there is a significant missing middle, according to the Institute of Competition Commission. Okay, right. So and also look at the total factor productivity index. It increased continuously from 0.6 to in 2091 to 1.2 in 2021, but it is not sufficient compared to. I will show you the total factor productivity in other countries later. So another problem is poor quality of human capital. According to UNDP's Human Development Index 2022, India's rank was 134 out of 193 nations. So it indicates where we are. So look at Global Innovation Index 2023, our rank was 40 out of 132 economies. Regarding unemployment, between 1991 to 2019, our unemployment rate ranged between 2.37% to 5.8%, but it increased to 8% after 2020. We have huge budget deficit. Our public debt GDP ratio is above 80, but it is an old figure, but now it is about 90%. Further, we have environmental consequences. So according to the recent report, we are the third largest CO2 emitter globally. So these are the major problems. Further, we have regional disparity. So we have 29 states and many union territories. If you look at per capita income of these states, you will find huge inequality. Not only in income, but also we can see various economic and social inequality in various economic and social parameters. You know, a small group of regions account for large share of GDP. You know, our GDP, 50% of our GDP comes only from 6 states. Maharashtra, TamilNadu, Karnataka, Gujarat, Uttar Pradesh, and then West Bengal. So we have totally 33 units. 6 units account for 50%, more than 50%. The remaining comes from the large number of units. So that is the major problem. And also there are other statistics. It indicate that the Goa's per capita income is 10 times larger than Bihar's per capita income. Okay. Of course, our 50% of exports accounted from only 2 states, Maharashtra and Gujarat. So you can see huge inequality in various economic and social parameters. Okay, I briefly explained the problems also. I explained the current status of economy as well as problems, right? So now we go to the next part. Here we are going to answer these questions. How much growth rate is required to reach the aspirational targets? So already I said we have various targets, right? $5 trillion economy, 7 trillion, etc. But my topic is $7 trillion economy. So I start with that. Then I can extend my discussion about other targets, right? Okay. But you know, there are various methodologies available to find out what could be the growth rate required to achieve the targets, one can apply many econometric techniques like ARIMA forecasting or many other time series forecasting are possible. But since we have a wider audience, I don't know how much you are comfortable with econometric techniques. So I will go with simple arithmetic calculations. So you are all familiar with the compound growth rate formula. I think we all learned at the high school level, right? Compound growth rate. Suppose you are investing money in a bank. Let us say A0 is our base money. You are investing now. After 10 years, what could be the cumulative amount, right? So the formula is AT equal to A0 into 1 plus R whole to the power T. So that is our simple compound growth rate formula. T is the number of years. Suppose you are investing for 10 years, T is equal to 10 years, okay? So we know what is our current level of GDP, that is A0. What could be our target, that is our AT, but year is also known, so you have to compute R, the rate of growth. Okay, the rate of growth is computed by the formula anti-log of log AT by A0 divided by 7 minus 1. So that is the formula. This is the compound growth rate formula you would have come across in your high school education. So I don't want to explain that, but okay. We are going to use this simple formula to find out how much growth rate is required to achieve the target. Okay, so before I show you the calculation, again you can see the table. This table already you have seen. You have to remember what is our current GDP. This is 3.55 billion, okay, is the rupees crore already given here. In a billion rupee, it is a 295 billion rupee, right? And also we are using exchange rate. Please remember, every time exchange rate, okay. So every time the exchange rate changes. So we have to use, because we are talking about annual growth rate. So now we can take September exchange rate and then we can assume how much every year our exchange rate depreciates. So we take September figure, that is why I have indicated here. In September 2023-24, it was 83.15. Okay, using that, this is the number. Okay, and also population, I am not taking the population from the CSO website, but there is a report of the technical group on population projection. It gives projection of population for India as well as for all the states up to 2036. But using the data, you can also project forward, okay, up to 2050 or 60. I have done it. So using this population, we are going to do the calculation. We assume that the exchange rate depreciate 2% per annum following the literature. Okay, now you can see the calculation. So here our target is to reach $7 billion by 2030-31. Okay, so this is the starting year 2023-24. So nominal GDP figure, and then you can see all the calculation. So in order to reach 7 billion mark, we need to grow at 12.38% in nominal term. After adjusting inflation of 4%, it should be 8.38% in real growth rate. Okay, so this is what required. Okay, but the problem is that, but even here you can see the $5 trillion mark. So India will reach $5 trillion mark here, 5.23 in 2027-28. So if we are able to grow at 8.3% per annum, so we are able to reach $5 trillion mark by 2027 and $7 trillion mark by 2030-31. But the question is this level of growth, but our average current level of growth is only 6%. Okay, suppose we grow at 6%, when we are going to reach the target. So that calculation you can see here. Suppose we grow at a nominal rate of 10.78, then $7 billion mark will be achieved in 2032-33. Okay, the $5 trillion mark will be at 2028-29. Right? So these are all simple calculation. One can do it. All right. So now what about $30 billion mark? So you can see the calculation here. I assume that for the, suppose we grow at 11.48%, then India will reach $30 billion mark by 2047-48. Okay, so this is what the required growth rate is 11.4, right? In real term, we have to grow at 7.5%. Okay, suppose we grow at current 6% level, then it will be delayed further. Okay, I will show you the calculation later. But next question is, the last question is, what is the developed nation? So already I indicated different norms are available. According to World Bank, if our per capita GDP is $13,847 now, we can say that we are a developed nation. Okay, according to IMF, the number will be different. Okay, here it is, IMF is a different number. But this is the current, but we are talking about 2047. So we use exchange rate depreciation, then this could be different. So according to RBI bulletin, in 2047, according to World Bank classification, we need to reach so the World Bank is 21,664. So this is what we have to reach, not 13,845. Okay. Now you can see the calculation. So if we grow at 7.5% per annum in real term or 11.5% in the nominal term, our per capita income will be only 13,000 here in 2047 or 44, but as per the World Bank estimates, so this will be 21,766, which will be achieved in 2049-50. According to IFM estimate, I think we will reach the target by 2053-54. So these are the calculations. But now I am coming to the strategies. Briefly, because my time is going to be over within 2-3 minutes, so I will quickly highlight what should be our strategies. Basically, we have to look at the lessons from our neighboring countries, like South Korea, Singapore, and China. So basically, they concentrated on industry, particularly manufacturing, during their transition from agriculture to industry to achieve the developed nation status. Okay, but the problem in India is that we shifted from agriculture to directly services, because now we are services dominated GDP sector. Okay, so we are we have not given attention to industry, so we have to concentrate on manufacturing industry. Particularly the MSMEs, that is one strategy. Second, they were concentrating on the export-oriented manufacturing. But at the time, that option was available. Now it is a highly competitive world, so India may not get that opportunity. So still, I think we can do something on export side. Okay. So these are the important strategies. Further, here the slide is not visible, but anyhow, here you can see the industrial share, but our share is only 25%, but we need to go to 35% by 2047. So we need to strengthen our industrial sector. As I said, still agriculture share is the problem. So we have to shift 10% of agriculture share to industry. So that is one. Then we have to concentrate on 3 important inputs, namely labor, capital, and technology. Okay, so already I said that we have huge workforce, but the quality is a problem. So we have to improve their skills by training, etc. Our investment is very, very low compared to other countries. So now, so this slide I can skip it because it is at the time constraint. So basically, our investment currently 29.8%, but we need to have at least 37.5% to grow at 7.5% level. So we have to improve our investment rate. This is an important strategy. Regarding the technology, I indicated that we are going to introduce many recent technologies, but adoption of this technology will be a problem because it will affect our demand for labor. So many people lost employment because of the adoption of the technology. Then employment issue already I highlighted. So finally I sum up. So basically India's current strength of high services export. So we have to concentrate on service export, a growing digital ecosystem, availability of large working age population, the track record in creating renewable energy capacity, low private debt to GDP ratio, growing entrepreneurship and startup ecosystem, funding and facilitation of infrastructure development, and improving the competitiveness economy. These strategies will help India in sustaining its growth over the next few decades. According to EY report, I think this is what coming by analyzing the data. So before I conclude, as I said, we have to also look at the public debt level. Already I indicated in the morning. So governments borrow heavily, our debt levels are not sustainable. So we have to reduce the borrowing by the government because they are affecting our existing growth rate. So by reducing the fiscal deficit, we can allow our growth at a faster rate. So that will help us to achieve our targets on time. Thank you so much. If you have any questions, I can address. Otherwise, thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for a very valuable session. We go for a quick interaction from two participants. Participants would like to interact with our resource person. Can come forward.
Oh, sorry. Can you please come here because voice may not be audible. Yeah, you can ask questions here. Come. Or use mic. Okay, all right.
Yes, sir, you nicely explained how the $5 trillion economy is grows. As we know that since from independence, and India is growing, but the population is also growing. But what is the target to reach, to saturate, to get the self-sufficient in the growth sector in India? And of course, in every time the growth is obvious with respect to the population. But there is mentioning the target of 5 trillion and 8 trillion. Over a period of time, every state will be reached the particular end. What's the threshold level to satisfy the every individuals? Of course, the 5 trillion or 8 trillion or 10 trillion, but many of the individuals are still for hunger for food and other things. How do we can be satisfied this? And I also read your article in the dynamics of regional disparities and district level, and how we have to be go for the nook and corner of analysis. And 3 of your paper I read, sir, already.
Okay,
thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Very interesting question. So, you know, our major problem is population, okay? Because we overcome China. So, because of that, our per capita figures and other figures are problem. So, we have to be self-sufficient in providing food, and also we have to produce industrial products. So, all these are the problem. But so far, we have been managing very efficiently. Still, we are having the food self-sufficiency. But what I said already is that the transformation from agriculture to services already happened. So now we need to concentrate on industries, particularly the MSMEs, because the industry will provide more employment opportunities for our young people. So that is one, so that will take care. If people are employed and get more rewards, obviously they will be able to spend, our per capita income will go up, all these will taken care. Plus, if we produce more, so we can meet the industrial demand, product demand by the huge population. So industry is the key. I mean, that is the key for Indian economy for the, at least for the next few decades. So that's what we have to do. But the problem is that we have to shift agricultural laborer to industry. So they cannot straight away come from agriculture to industry. So that's what education, this skill training, etc. are more important aspects. So that's what we have. And of course, we have another problem of women labor force participation. It is very low compared to many developed nations. So we have to utilize women workforce also. So we have to change our laws and then give them more friendly environment for work environment, such that those resources can also be utilized, and then we are able to, I hope we are able to do it. But of course, you reach developed nation status, so it means everybody will have more money. So even products are not available in our country, we can import from other countries. So many options are available.
Thank you, sir. Any question? Any more question?
Sir, there is always a gap between estimation and actual. There is a gap in the economic survey.
Okay. Regarding these estimates, see, anyhow, we got to make forecasts, right? But we are astrologers, even they are also making forecasts, right? But we, even though we are academician, we need to make forecast. Okay, why? Because our system, if you are a finance minister, you have to present your budget for the coming 1 year. You have to make forecast of all your tax revenues and then expenditure, how much you are going to borrow. But all these estimates are not based on the sound methodologies. So because different sectors, different officials are involved, they are not well trained or they are not familiar with some good methodologies. So based on the estimates given by the departments, finance minister office combined, and then they are indicating in our budget. But anyhow, these are all estimates. So of course, estimates may not be actuals. Actual figures will be available after a few years. So we are going to finally consider actual figures. But we will get that actual number after 1 or 2 years. So that's a problem. Even other estimates like GDP, investment rate, whatever it is, we can get a provisional estimate, quick estimates, etc. But these figures will change over time. Whenever actual figures available after 1 or 2 years, we come to know. But anyhow, still we are forced to do forecast. Even commerce and economic students are learning time series forecasting techniques. There are many statistical and econometric techniques available. So they can also help us to make reliable estimates. But still, no one can predict 100% perfect. Only God alone knows what happened after a year or two, whatever it is.
So thank you, sir. I
Okay.
thank the resource person. For any other question, anymore? Yes, please come forward.
Yeah. Okay, please.
So we have one more.
Thank you, sir, for your best lecture and presentation. Once again, I welcome to St. Joseph. My question is, you mentioning that industrial sector can help to grow the economy faster, and in current situation also service sector play a vital role to develop the economy. My question is, why should not for agriculture sector? India was a good rich in agriculture, and it was a topmost leading country of agriculture country also. If any possibilities to develop agriculture, and we want to have a vital role in agriculture to good develop.
Yeah, of course, agriculture is important. I'm not saying that because 140 crore people, right? But already, green technology was introduced, green revolution happened, and many other revolutions happened. I think still today we are self-sufficient in food aspect, right? But of course, we can still low in terms of agricultural productivity. So we need to concentrate on improving the productivity. The problem is, more number of people depend on agriculture, the output is less. So that is why the per unit output is low, that is the measure of the productivity. So that's what we suggest that many other people, some of these people can be shifted to other sectors like industry, so that productivity of agriculture will be more, and also by introducing modern technologies and so on, we are able to improve the performance of the agriculture. Agriculture growth is more important. But of course, if you look at the history of many developed nations, the share of agriculture declined. Okay, even if you look at many advanced countries like Singapore and so on, even China, whatever it is, the agriculture share is less than 5%. But we have still more than 15%. But that's what I suggested, that we need to reduce the share of agriculture in our total GDP, but we need to improve the share of the industry. so that more young people will get employment opportunities in in industry instead of agriculture. Otherwise, they have to go to agriculture. So we want more quality manpower, more productivity, and then more reward. So the per capita income will go up, so that everybody will be rich, and then we will become developed nation. So that is the way we have to move forward. Of course, agricultural is important, so we can also concentrate on food processing industries and so on, so that we can also support agriculture.
I thank our resource person, Dr. K.R. Shanmugam, for justifying all the observations, and my special thanks to Dr. Ganesh, Professor Kripakaran, and the student who interacted with our resource person. With this, we come to the end of the technical session 1. Once again, I thank our resource person for his very valuable presentation. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. If you want my PPT, please you can request the organizer. I leave my PPT. Anybody want to use it? You can. Thank you.
Now we are moving into technical section 2, which will be handled by Dr. Annadurai, Associate Professor of Economics, MCC Chennai, on the topic towards sustainable administration and the way forward. Now I invite Dr. Anthony Jesuraj to introduce our resource person.
Okay,
So, good afternoon to eminent personalities and participants from various institutions. So, we have heard an exemplary speech from Professor Dr. Shanmugam. He has given wonderful data, authentic data, and also research-based data, and he has enlightened us in so many ways. So hats off you, sir. So now it is time to introduce Dr. A. Annadurai, Associate Professor of Economics, Madras Christian College, so who have come here to handle the next session. He is an eminent academician, research expert. He has contributed in so many ways. There are 23 pages which talk about him, but I am going to cut short with half a page. He has completed his BA, MA, MPhil in economics from University of Madras. Then he completed his PhD in economics from Gandhigram Rural Institute, deemed university. He has guided 1 research fellow, 9 PhD scholars, and 10 MPhil scholars. He has presented research papers in conferences, seminars. International level 14 papers, national level 50, and state level 4. He has published so many articles in renowned, reputed, and peer-reviewed journals. He has published about 29 journals. He is also a most sought after resource person. He has addressed various forums at international and state level, national level and state level. He has been eminent resource person in national seminars, conferences and workshops. He has delivered 40 lectures in these forums. He is an eminent academician. As an eminent academician, he has been the member of 9 Board of Studies as subject expert and university nominee. He has also represented 3 special committees as member constituted by the University of Madras, and then he has been to 3 institutions to help them in academic audit. He has been an external examiner for 34 PhD scholars to defend their thesis. He has completed 3 minor projects. He is also a life member of Association of Economists of TamilNadu, Indian Economic Association. He has also played a role in extension activities. He has taken his students to villages, and one important thing is he had been NSS program officer for 9 years in Madras Christian College. And as an administrator and also as a committee member, he has worked in various committees of Madras Christian College. Definitely, he will be giving us good input that can be cherished for a longer moment. The topic in which he is going to deliver the talk is urbanization, sustainable urbanization, a way forward. So recently, I read an article where there is some contradiction. So reduction in air pollution has resulted in increase in global temperature. Resulted in reduction in air pollution has resulted in increase in global temperature. So sulfur aerosol, actually it has played a coolant factor, but it has killed so many people. The air pollution which contains sulfur aerosol has killed so many people, but at the same time it has provided a coolant effect. So it has actually stopped the radiation of sun rays. But at the same time, so we have saved so many lives. The developed countries, they have worked around the clock. So that's why, so sulfur aerosol, content of sulfur aerosol in air pollution has been reduced. And urbanization is also going to play a major role in improving the economy. As Sir said, if you want to achieve the $5 trillion economy or $7 trillion economy within the given span of time, so urbanization is inevitable, but at the same time it is going to have many problems also. So we have come across flooded cities and cities around the world with water crisis. In this scenario, the eminent resource person of this session will enlighten us in the topic. Welcome you, sir.
Good afternoon to all and all present here. Thank you very much, sir, for your nice introduction. The topic which is I am taking for the towards sustainable urbanization and the way forward. First, what is the urbanization? The process which will take very fast, that too for the predominantly from the rural area to urban area. Why the predominantly taking place the urbanization? Because they are unable to get employment opportunity, or they are unable to get that surveying problem. So automatically they are forced to go for urbanization in order to find out the jobs. That will take place uncontrollable, unmanageable, to include two things. An increase in the number of people living in urban settlement, it is one of the major issues. Another thing, an increase in the percentage of population engaged in non-agricultural activities living in such places. The people are migrated from rural to urban area, whereas they are not going to get a regular job, or it's a safe job, or maybe the sustainable jobs. There is most of them they are going for non-formulation workers or non-agricultural activities. In India, India is one of the fastest growing economics in the world. Previous professor also told that, and it is a growth is propelled by the cities. Most of the growth, especially in India, depends on that cities. Studies have also shown that Indian cities are likely to be contribute 70% of the GDP by 2030, which means almost 3/4 of the GDP contribute from the urban cities only. But one of the main reason is the countries from the agriculture sector deeply declined. Even economic activities also declining from the rural areas. So another 5 to 7 years, mostly the contribution of GDP, 3/4 from the urban areas. According to the World Bank, India would need to be $840 billion over the next 15 years to meet out the demands for the fast growing urban population. We have to spend huge amount for developing infrastructure facilities in the urban area. That is one of the estimation given by the World Bank. Urbanization taking place at a faster rate in India. You can compare to many developing countries or developed countries, but India is growing much faster than many of the developing countries. The population residing in urban areas in India, according to 91 census, was 11.4%. Almost only 11% only that urban population, 89% of population in the rural areas. Whereas you can take this count increased in 28.53% in 1991 census. Over a period of 90 years, it won't be much fast growing in urbanization as per the census report. Every decade, the growth of urban population was increasing only 2%. According to the 2011 census and crossing 30% of, as per 2011 census, standing at 31.16%, which means for the last 1 century, on an average of growth rate of urban population increasing only 2%. So this is a picture shows how the urban and rural population is a composition of our national population. You can take 1901, it is 11%. 1951, it is 17%, again the 2%. Whereas 2011, that is 31% for the urban population, 69% for the rural population. So as you put 100 years, there is only 2% average growth rate of decade. Out of the 1,210 million population in India, and size of the rural population was 83.1 million, that is 68.34% of the total population. That is almost more than 1/3 of the population is the urban population, and the urban population is come to that 31.16%. During 2001 to 2011, the population of the country increased by 181.4 million. The last 1 decade is increasing for 181.4 million. That is it's not exact proper census report. There is a estimation report in the website. Increase in rural areas are 90.4 million population. Increase in urban population 91.0 million. It's the last 1 decade, the urban population increasing than the rural population. The rural population just 90.4 million, whereas the urban population is increasing 91.0. It means there may be more economic activities taking place in the urban area. Even previously the professor also tells that non-agricultural activities are taking place. The service sector are absorbing more employment. So that is urban migration take place. That is the reason the last 1 decade, urban population more than that rural population. This is a picture shows that urbanization with the various countries. We can see that China, how that urban population is there. As compared to the other countries, Indonesia, Mexico, or Brazil, India is not alarming of the urbanization growth rate. But still there is an issue because we are the highest population, density of the population is more. India is expected to houses of 600 million people in 2031 and increasing of 59% from 2011, which means we have to increase, we have to give more focus on the house. For example, once the urbanization taking place, there is one of the major problem is the housing. That once you are providing housing, that is again problem of the affordability of the housing. These are the issues are arising. The Indian urban housing shortage of around 19 million people. When you have the shortage of housing, the people are staying in the outside or there is common place. So that is another issues in the urbanization. India ranks 134 among the 137 countries has world most unclean air. So we are the environmentally very poor country. We don't have a proper way of environmental management. That is one of the major issues, unclean air. In India, slum population in 2011 was 66 million to be increased 105 million in 2007. Within 6 years, almost double of the million population increasing in the slum population. Indian cities are deficient in basic amenities such as clean drinking water, sanitation and lighting facilities. Public transport accounts for 27% of urban transport in India. Indian roads are already choked. More than, especially for the urban areas, 3/4 of the population using their own vehicle. Public transport usage only for 27%, which shows how the vehicle population in the urban cities, how their emission is creating. That is the problem of the urban areas. We can go for the top 3 states of the highest population and lowest urban population in the states. In Maharashtra is the 50.8 million, there is a share of 13.5% of urban population in the India, whereas Uttar Pradesh 14.4 million, there is 11.8%. In TamilNadu 34.9 million, there is a 9.3. These 3 states, the highest population country in India, these 3 states, whereas the lowest or bottom 3 states, that is a Sikkim, that is just 0.15 million, the share was very, very meager, whereas in Arunachal Pradesh, the 0.31 million population, just a 0.1%. Mizoram is a 0.56%, its share is a 0.1%. So when you go for the urbanization, there is a lot of issues, a lot of causes. So first thing, it is an industrial revolution. Because of the industrial revolution, more economic activities taking place in the urban area, are huge investment in the industrial sector because of the transport facilities, because of the marketing, because of the easy accessible of all other inputs. The industrial revolution taking place in the urban area. And another case, if you take the rural area, mostly for the farmland, most of the lands are used for the agricultural activities. They don't have encouraged to invest huge investment. So moreover, the industrial investors also, they want to invest only they get all other facilities, transport, marketing, banking, finance, all other inputs. So that the industrial revolution taking place, that is one of the major reason, the industrial revolution, cause of urbanization. Then expansion of government services. Another case, if we take expansion of government services, we can get all the services in the urban area. For example, take education, you can get the health, whatever the service you can get throughout the day, 24/7 you can get the healthcare facilities. Where at rural area, we may not get the healthcare services throughout the day. If you take a primary health center or you can take a village, healthcare facilities may not be there. That is another reason for the cause of urbanization. Migration of people. More economic activities taking place and people are get more employment opportunity in the urban area. Not only for the educated or literate, even people are not have such a educated, they have a more skill, they can get employment opportunity in the urban area. That is the reason most of them are going to be migrated. Rural area, they may not get the regular earning, but urban area, somehow they get 1 or 2 source income for a day. So simply they are going to be migration, especially for that unorganized. You can take electrician or plumber, you can take AC service people, you can't catch them. Even people are organized working in the office, we can catch him. If you go to the office, either today or you can catch tomorrow. Whereas the people are unorganized sector, their service are more than the people are in the organized sector. So that is the migration one taking place. They will get more and more income, employment. Whereas the same people in the rural area, they may get it or may not be get it. Because the number of household may be meager. Take 1,500, 2,000 household. Whether they get the employment opportunity, maybe for regularly, it's a question mark. Whereas the urban area, number of household, the economic activities are taking place. The unorganized people are going to get more absorbed. So the migration will take place. Some way they get income. That is another reason for cause of urbanization. Then economics opportunity. There is a lot of opportunities. Simply they can get, but in rural area, that opportunities are meager. Whereas in urban areas, economic activities are taking place. Just they can take a mobile, they don't need for any place to sit. Just they are doing for that land mafia. Just you can take a buyers and seller. Just we are mediator, we can get income. Even our students get just for buying and selling. If you are make one settlement, one purchasing and selling of a flat, you get commission of 50,000 rupees. So there is a lot of economics. Just they are using only mobile phone. No need for any place, no need for any investment, no need for any rent and all. So economic activities are taking place in the urban area. That is the reason the urbanization is taking place. The infrastructure facilities in the urban areas. Whereas we know very well if we get all facilities, banking, schools, we can take health, even transportation, all kind of social services. You can get more in compared to the rural areas. Urban areas get more and more services. That is the reason the urbanization will take place. Growth of private sector. The private sector, once they are going to invest any field, maybe for that manufacturing or maybe MSME, or you can take agro-based, or you can Khadi crafts, unless or is they get infrastructure facility, easy to get market. Even for the processing of agro-based products, there is a huge market in the urban areas. When rural areas, they may not find the market because most of them they are producer. They don't have any market for their produce. So that economic growth of private sector is dominating. We take street vendors or more. We can take the without having proper shop, they can have the play a role. But the rural area, it's not possible. So that is another way of cause of urbanization. What are the advantages or the prospects, or maybe the gain, or maybe the we can say the limelight of the urbanization? Increasing the quality of education. When you compare to the urban areas, the quality of education, irrespective of the mode of education, maybe for that private or government, or maybe the different mode of education with the CBSE or state board, ICSE, or you can take education, maybe all type of higher education. You can take professional courses, or you can take arts and science colleges, or you can take law, or you can take any other colleges. There is a lot of scope in the in urban areas. Where in rural area, whatever available, we have to choose. Here, their options are more. Here, the choices are more. That is one of the reason. There is one of the prospects of the urbanization. Improved healthcare facilities. The healthcare facilities you can get even for the good quality, because as a patient, as a consumer, we decide we have to choose our own healthcare services. Whereas in the rural areas, whatever the thing, even if you want to go for, you cannot have any options. We can go for primary health center, you're forced to go. In case you are going to choose your healthcare service, you go to the urban areas. Whereas urban areas, there won't be issue for that. You can get, you can demand, you are a boss. Here you are a boss, you decide where you have to go. We can go specialist. But rural area, no options. Whether you have headache, whether you have skin problem, whether you have a eye problem, whatever, you can go for only one medicine. Whereas in urban area, you can go specialist. Easily you are going to diagnose. So that is one of the reason improved healthcare facilities, that urbanization played an important role. The multi-modal transport system. There is a multi-modal transport system we can find mostly in the urban area. In India, with this Chennai is the airport. I think no cities in India, they have almost 4 or 5 transport, multi-modal transport. We can take airport, we can take a local train, you can take express train, we can take metro train, you can take roadways. So there is a multi-modal transport facilities are there. Even go more and more, if it is a congested, flyover facilities are there. So that is the importance of the transport. It's a quick movements from one place to another place. You can go even for transportation, even go for marketing. It's highly helpful for that multi-modal transport. So that is played an important role for the urbanization. banking, finance and insurance sector grooms momentum. So compared to the rural area, you know very well, each and every street we can have bank branches, we can have insurance, lot of people. Even if you are silent, just you have mobile, simply they are going to call, you want this insurance or not. Or you can go for that finance, each and every, voluntarily they are ready to provide. Voluntarily they are going to catch up. Somehow they get our mobile loan, they can get ready to give for that. So this kind of things is happening in the urban areas. So there is you can go for a draw money or you can deposit money. Every street they have a ATM facilities. Every year you can go transfer. So these are the facilities in the urban areas, easy to make our transformation, or you can take for economic activities, make it as easier. That is another advantage of urbanization. Rise in wage levels. This is one of the important advantages or important scenario in the urban area. Whereas whatever they are going to charge, you have to give for that. Urban areas, whatever they charge, they ask, we have to pay for that. For example, take we can replace some small switch. The switch price cost maybe only 160 rupees. Whereas replacing the electrician, they charge for 400 rupees, just for 30 minutes work. See, when you go for the rise, they say we cannot find the rural areas. Rural areas, you can give 100 rupees to the person ready to come. Even if just you make a call, immediately will come. In urban area, we have to make it 3 or 4 times, we can catch out, that is a problem. Because there is a highly demand in the, especially for that unorganized sector. So automatically they are the boss. Whatever the charge you have to give for that. If you go for the service, AC service, whenever we call, they'll ask for 1 week time or 3 days or 4 days, because we won't get an appointment. So such a wage they are demanding, such a price they are demanding. Whereas rural area is not like that, because they rarely get an opportunity. So automatically the wage rate will be less. Whereas in urban area, wage levels are more. More economic activities, not only for the production, even for marketing, even for the service, activities are taking place in the urban areas. Whereas even without having any investment, without having any place, just you are going to the trade or service, we can get income for that. But rural area, either you are a producer or either you are a seller, we cannot earn income. Whereas urban areas, you are not a producer, you are not a seller, just you are going to be mediator. You can get income. Without spending a single pay, you can get. Just for conversation, we can earn income, because such a more economic activities are taking place in the urban areas. Facilitates to capitalist mode of production. So we can get all other raw materials or inputs that induced, we can invest in the any sector. That is another advantage in the urban areas. Development in tourism sector. Nowadays, the most of the urban areas, they are developing in the tourist sector, because the tourist sector is played an important role, attract. Even you go to any cities, they develop 3-4 places that maybe for the name of park or in the name of fort or in the name of beach, whatever they are going to be, attract more and more tourism that taking place in the urban areas. Different ethnic group. So there won't be any mention any of the communities or any of the religion and all. So they may not know the next household who are. So there is like a ethnic group, different types of group, different background, different segment, different region. So there is a ethnic group found in the urban area. We cannot know who is living in the next street or next house. So such a diversified group. Whereas in rural area, it's not like that. That is another, no one is going to care about others. The source of attractive more investment. Investment is attract because of the infrastructure facilities. Investment attract by the returns. So that is possible only that urban areas. Because the urban area, we can get easy to procure a material, easy to process, we can get labor, because we are the labor surplus economy, we can get cheapest laborer, easily you are going to be market. So there won't be any issue for marketing or production or service. So that will play an important role, more and more attractive, more on invest in the urban area than the rural areas. So only one side of the coin, we may say this is a positive side. But there are several causes, several problems. When we say only prospects, there are a lot of problems in the urban area. Unemployment. I told it just now, sir, there is a more and more employment. Whatever they are going to charge, they are going to pay. Rural only that unemployment. So urban unemployment also more. That is more dangerous than rural unemployment. Okay. So when we go for the unemployment, because such a, whatever the employment opportunities are there, the supply of labor is more there. That is another problem of unemployment in the urban areas. Housing is another important area. One of the studies says that is 4% of the people in the urban areas, they don't have the shelter. They are staying in the railway station or they are staying in the bus stand like that. So the housing is one of the major issues. All the cities, not only India, everywhere, that is another problem of the housing. Slums and squatter settlement. Slum and squatter settlement, that is a major problems in almost all the cities. Because once they are settled in the rural areas, they may not switch out to other areas. Even 50 years back, 1971, we have the slum clearance board. Even government spent crores and crores of rupees. Almost all the cities in TamilNadu, 4 or 5 cities, they construct the huge building, they give the 3, 4, 5 floor building. But people are given the rent and again go to the slums. That is a major issue. So that is another problem in the slums and squatter settlement. And transport. Transport, that is one of the major issues because the highly, I told you in the previous days, 27% of the people are only using the public services. 73% of the people are using their own vehicle. If they are using their own vehicle, we can imagine how the transportation and the congestion will take place. So you know the major problem in that, what is the major problem in the Bangalore city? Chennai, what is the major problem in Chennai city? Bangalore? Traffic. Because of the most of the people have using their own vehicle. So if you take more and more vehicle, we cannot reach the destination in time. Because of the more and more transportation, that will create more and more problem. Not only for the pollution, it creating for the congestion, it's creating for that you cannot reach in time. Heavy traffic jam. Even construct more and more flyover. In the flyover also there is a long queue. That is another problem in the transport. Water supply and sanitation. The growing of population, I told you just for every decade 2% of the population is increasing. So once every year we can have at least for 1,000 or 2,000 flats increasing, 500 flats, 1,000 flats. Where you are going to give the water? Single house, they are diverted, they are converted in the form of flats, 20 or 25 flats. One family they are using for 6 members or 5 members in the family, the supply of drinking water. With the same place, now it's 150 household, 150 flats. Where can you give for 750 people for drinking water? So that is a major issue for that. Not only for the supply of water, even the sanitation facilities. How we are going to be managed? That is another issues, the water supply and sanitation. Water pollution and air pollution. So most of the rural area, we don't have any problem of water pollution. We can get the clean water, air also very clean. Whereas in the urban areas, many times there is a sewage link connect with that drinking water. There is a major issues. So always the problem, the water pollution in the urban area found, whereas in the rural areas is comparatively very low. And air pollution because of the industrialization, because of the more and more transportation, most of the density of the population, the air pollution will be much higher in urban areas. Inadequate provision of social infrastructure facilities. For example, take the infrastructure facilities which is providing the urban area as compared, because I told you, every year number of household is increasing. For example, before constructing Katibara flyover in Chennai, it won't be much problem. Once we construct the flyover, we thought there won't be any traffic problem for the next 30-40 years. But after 10 years, even weekend, we can see the vehicles in the flyover. There are also huge problem. Coimbatore bus stand they have constructed. Now there is a congested. Now they are switched out to another area. So once we go for the urbanization taking place, the social, because the growing of population, urban population, it is a skyrocketed. Whatever your plan, it may not be what you are assume for next 20 years or 30 years, but we reach for within 10 years. So you have to replan again. So when you are construct the Coimbatore, say there's 25 years, no issue for that. But when we say after 15 years, we thought we ought to go for one more bus stop. Not only for the public transport, even omnibuses, even for our own individual vehicle. So that social infrastructure, what we are planned, actually that time period we may achieve before that. That is a major problem in the urban areas. Waste management problem. That is one of the major problem in the waste management in the urban areas. Because where they are going to be, nowadays most of the floods they are going for the recycling of the water. Because no source of water. So wastewater management is the biggest problem in the urban area. The pressure on social overhead and public goods. There is a pressure, you have to get more and more investment in the urban areas. We got to providing for drinking water, we got to providing for the transportation, we got to providing for the communication facilities, we got to providing for educational facilities. So these are the facilities government pressure to put on more on, even to construct more flyover, that is itself the pressure. No, we can go for more and more metro connectivity, that is also pressure. So because of the development, as long as development taking place, as long as the migration take place, as long as the urbanization going much faster, we forced to invest more on the social infrastructure. We never thought about 30 years back metro station. Now we can think about the two-tier cities. Because such a social infrastructure is essential, it's a need because of growing of population, urbanization, difficulty in managing, increasing the energy needs. So, you know, we have seen that 2-3 weeks every day, this is the highest power consumed in Chennai or TamilNadu, highest in the history. So, every day the energy consumptions keep on increasing. Every day our power consumption is increasing. How many households in Trichy for the 2024 June? It may not be the same household 2025 June. Definitely maybe 1 or 2% of the household will increase. Definitely the population maybe 10,000 are going to increase. Where you are going to give the electricity? Where you are going to provide the energy? So this is not, there won't be any, when he says the growth rate of population, when he says the birth rate minus death rate on an average of growth rate of population. There is a growth population, there is a birth rate and death rate. Whereas energy, there won't be any decline. So you can go for only the positive side. So energy needs methods are another important problem in urban areas. Non-availability of land. Because non-availability of land, urban sprawl is taking place. We may not know exactly what is our city limit. So urban sprawl is one of the emerging alarming in the country because the non-availability of land. Even for a semi-urban area, even adjoining the urban areas, the land values are more. Because of that, non-availability of land. Possibility of increasing crime rate. The crime rate more in urban areas compared to the rural areas. Rural areas never thought about the crime rate. Exceptional case 1 or 2. We cannot say generally they won't be any crime. But as compared to the urban areas, rural areas crime rate is less. Because the urban areas, no one knows about others. Even if we may not, so people are living in next city, we may not know that. So the urban crime rate is more in the cities. There is a possibility. Then law and order problem will be there. Waste management problem. Slum population increased. I told you the slum population increased. Even go for the slum population, it's not a place to sit, it's not a place to live. They are forced to, they want to live in the slum areas. They don't want to go for other areas. That is a slum population increasing like other populations increasing. Urban crimes are more. Urban crimes are more, which means there is a theft, or you can take a chain snatching, or you can take mobile theft. This is a lot of crimes. Urban crimes are more. These crimes may not be found in the rural areas. You can go for a small shop, they can chain snatching take place. Just you cannot very careful. You can take mobile. They are going to take it from your place. So that urban crimes are more. Rural area we cannot do that. Even take kept any of the, it may be the same place for even after half an hour. traffic congestion. I told you, because of the traffic congestion, we can construct any number of flyovers, we can take any number of diversification of our roads. Still, there is a traffic congestion is another important problem. Change in social system. Our social system, once growing a population, the people are ethnic group, our social system, our culture, our everything will be changed because of in urban areas. Declining of rural population. That another important issues, the rural areas, rural populations are declining. We go to Tiruchirappalli district, we work for some project. Rural area, go to some of the villages, just only for a few people are there. 2-3 months back, there is an article somewhere in Pudukkottai district. Only one person was there, only in the village. That person also died. I have seen the newspaper. Because the rural population, once the migration, urbanization take place, the rural population drastically decline. Once the rural population drastically decline, no activities taking place in the rural areas, no economic activities taking in rural areas. That is another important problem in the problem of urbanization. Impersonal relationship. You cannot get a personal relationship in the urban area because every individual like their own world. There won't be any personal relation in that urban area. These are the issues, the problems are urban area. Then stress. Rural, most of the cases because of the stress, because they don't have any leisure time. Always they are busy with, even if you go for the queue, they are going to be shouting. So they don't have any tolerance. Because of the area they are living with the stress. But other rural areas and all, we cannot see more stressed people. That will create the health sickness. See, for urbanization, I told you it's a prospects and problems. But it's not a problem. When you say it, urbanization is not a problem in itself. But the problem is unsustainable and unplanned urbanization is bound to create socio-economic problem. We don't have planned, we don't want the urban as a sustainable one for a long period. I told you the construction of the flyover or making the metro, that is for unplanned, unsustainable. So once you go for that planned, it will be important things. These problems need to be countered in a planned and scientific manner. So there is a way to forward how you are going to be sustainable urbanization will take place. Suggestions for sustainable cities, organized urban planning. There is a proper planning for organized in such a way, green infrastructure. The infrastructure should not have any harm to the earth, harm to the human being. Then mixed use of public spaces. The uses using for the multiple or mixed use. For example, our education institution, we can have the day system and the evening college. Like that, because the land is very limited. So land scarcity, we can try to use mixed use of the public spaces, use of alternative energy sources like solar and energy. Public-private partnerships should also be invited. So most of the problem I told in the environment, you take a water lacking during that floods time, or disposal of garbage or wastage management. It's a part of every household. The government says don't use the plastics, but most of them are using the plastics. So unless otherwise the public-private partnership, it's not maintained, sustained in the urbanization. Urban Employment Guarantee Program. Urban areas need to a scheme similar to MGNREG to provide basic living standard to urban poor. Like already the Rajasthan government introduced Indira Gandhi Urban Employment Guarantee Scheme has been rolled in Rajasthan. It's a good step in this direction. Go for possible to extend to the urban areas. Green transport, metro train they are using without having creating any pollution or damage and all. E-buses we can try to increase, but TamilNadu government they took forward to the e-buses. It won't create any emissions. Creating bus corridors, there won't be any traffic jam, there won't be any congestion at all. Utilizing for bus rapid transit system. Urban economy should be the formalized urban economy. The data of migrants need to be compiled and used in the city development activities in the interest of migrant workers. So we talk about the urbanization, we don't have the proper record of the urbanization, migration people. If there is a issue for the last years, how North Indians are more in the, but we don't have any data, how many of them in the migrant people. We need a proper registration of that. People are migrated from different parts of the country. And in addition, the labor ministry proposed unorganized workers index number card would also help formalize the workforce. Any field, organized or unorganized or casual or maybe the regular employees, there is a card they can use, there is a accountability will be there. Then you can have a planned urban economy. Demarcation of sustainable development. The prevailing preference of an economic view of the city, development has to be replaced by a sustainable one which includes ecological and social consideration. These two is very important, ecological and as well as the social consideration very important. Then there is a possibility for sustainable cities. Then sustainable development has to be democratized at the local level of India by citizens. Participation in governance such as participative budgeting should be used in every city, selecting the locally and most appropriate tools and targeting most urgent issues. But urbanization, it's not issues for all the cities. Each cities they have their own issues because the problem is not common to every cities. Chennai may say the drinking water is one of the major problem. Next they are saying that there is a parking issues. Whereas in Bangalore there is a problem of traffic. So each cities or each thing they have to give the focus for locally. Here the locally for each and every city which is the need of our. That is a sustainable development will take place. Then sustainable impact assessment should be mandatory at local levels, which means each city level related to any development activities. Thank you. Any more questions you can ask? Any doubt? You only ask any language, Tamil also, don't worry. Any more questions? Okay. Any more questions? Any doubts? Okay.
Okay. Thank you, sir, for your valuable inputs on sustainable administration. So now we are, dear participants, we have arranged lunch. So kindly join with us. Thank you.
சாப்பிட்டாங்க சாப்பிட்டீங்களா ஆ ஏன் என்ன கீழெல்லாம் மைக்கெலாம் இல்லை சார் மைக் வேணாங்க மைக் வாங்க போகலாம் ஃபேன் ஆஃப் பண்ணுறேன் போகலாம்
அவ்வளோதானே? அது யார் ஜட்ஜு? ஜட்ஜு பண்ண வர்றது யார்? நம்ம சுருக்கிங்க சாரா? மொத்தம் 2 பேரா?
மெயிலில் போட்டுக்கலாமா?
ஹலோ சார், இந்த பிபிடி ஆப்ரேட் பண்ணுறதுக்கு ஒரு 2 ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் வேணும் சார். சரி சார், 2 ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸு பிபிடி ஆப்ரேட் பண்ணுறதுக்கு 2 பேர் வேணும்.
அங்கே தேவையில்லை செயல் வாழ்க்கை மட்டும் அனுப்பிச்சு 2 பேர் இல்லை அதான் இப்போ உடனே அனுப்பிச்சுடுவோம் சரி சாப்பிட்டு உடனே அனுப்பிச்சுடுவோம் அதே மாதிரி ரெஜிஸ்ட்ரேஷன் டெஸ்ட்டும் அப்படியே இருக்குது அனௌன்ஸ் பண்ணியாச்சு இப்போ வர ஆரம்பிச்சிடும் குரூப்பில்
சார் வர டவுன்லோட் பண்ணிடுங்க நான் வெளியில் போனது செல்லை மட்டும் வைப்பேன் 2:30 தானே உங்களுக்கு ப்ரோக்ராம் சார் உட்காரு
எனக்கு ஒரு பிபிடி பிரச்சனை செஞ்சதானே
இங்கே ஆன்லைன் மட்டும் வேறு
அண்ணாதிராசாரம் 2 இதில் ஒன்று இருக்குது பிபிபி அந்த பாடாது அந்த மெயில்
இந்த மெயில்
சார் மொபைல் அனுப்பிட்டுருந்தேன் மொபைல் அனுப்பிட்டுருந்தேன்
இதில் சார் இதில் மெயில்
எங்கே இருக்கேன் ஆமாம் எங்கே வா மேலே வா உள்ளே வா நம்ம உட்காந்துருந்தோம்ல அங்கே தான் இருக்கோம் உள்ளே உட்காந்துருந்தோம்ல ஃபைலில் வச்சுருந்தோம்ல அங்கே வா சார் அவர் பேர் சார் என்ன சார்
அவரோட டேரெக்டாக போட்டார்
வாங்கிட்டே வாங்கி அனுப்பிச்சுடுறோம் ஓகே சார் தனியாக ஹேண்ட்மே கொடுப்போம்.
So dear participants, those who would like to make paper presentation are requested to register yourself at the registration desk outside this venue. I repeat, the participants who would like to make paper presentation are requested to register yourself at the registration desk outside this venue. Dear participants, the following teams have not submitted their PowerPoint presentation at the technical desk. Kanniga, Virgin Varshini and Pavitra from Holy Cross College. So kindly report at the technical desk and submit your PowerPoint presentation. Lawrence Joel from Bishop Eber College. Hemant Kannan from Bishop Eber College. Shakti Bharati from PSG College. So these teams are requested to submit your PowerPoint presentation at the technical desk immediately as we are about to begin this paper presentation. So dear participants, now we are beginning the paper presentation. So for which we have three eminent personalities as the moderators. One, Dr. Sukumaran from Care College, Dr. Swakin from St. Joseph's College, and Dr. D. Vinod Kumar from Bishop Epa College. I request our moderators to occupy the seats on the dais. So now we will one by one introduce our moderators. First, I request Professor Kirupagaran to introduce Dr. Sukumar.
Good afternoon, professors and my dear participants. I am very happy to introduce Dr. Sukumar. Dr. Sukumar Thuraiswamy, Principal of Care College of Arts and Science, Trichy, holds a diverse educational background with a PhD, MPhil and MCom in Commerce. Additionally, he has completed an MBA and the SET examination in the management. Boasting over 20 years of experience, Dr. Sukumar specializes in corporate finance, global finance, entrepreneurial financing, public finance, strategic management, HR, and global marketing. His research prowess is evident through publications in prestigious journals such as African Journal of Business Management, the Turkish Online Journal of Distance Education and E-Learning, and the Indian Society of Technical Education. Sir has also served as an editor for Care Journal of Management, actively involved in consulting for education and healthcare management projects. He has published 19 papers in both national and international journals. Showcasing his academic achievements, his dedication extends beyond academia, demonstrated by his role as a Board of Studies member in various autonomous institutions. Notably, he has contributed to the field by delivering invited lectures in numerous colleges across Tamil Nadu. On behalf of everyone gathered, we welcome you, sir.
Thank you, sir. I invite Professor Kirupagaran to honor Dr. Sukumar with a shawl. Next, I invite Dr. Sagairaj Alexander, Assistant Professor of Commerce, to introduce Dr. M. Swakin of Economics Department.
Good afternoon to all. Indeed, it gives me pleasure and happy to welcome you all for this two-day national seminar. I am very happy to welcome Dr. Swakin, Head Department of Economics, St. Joseph College. He has been serving in our institution since 2000 as an assistant professor of economics. He has occupied several positions in our college, namely Secretariat Hostel Director, Fine Arts Coordinator, NSS Program Officer, and so on. He has published more than 15 papers in the reputed journals and scopus. He has received 2 awards. One is National Young Leadership Program with a cash award of rupees 25,000 from the Ministry of Youth Affairs, New Delhi, and Best NSS Program Officer from Bharatidasan University. Earlier, he completed his PhD from Urumu Thanalakshmi College, MPhil from St. Joseph College, and MBA PGDCA from Alagappa University, undergraduate and postgraduate from Government Arts College, Kumbakonam. I invite Dr. Swakin to be the moderator for the paper presentation of these 2 days national seminar. Thank you. Welcome you, sir.
I request Dr. Sagairaj to honor Dr. Swakin. Next, I invite Dr. Georgia, Assistant Professor of Commerce, to introduce Dr. Vinod Kumar, Assistant Professor of Commerce, Bishop Eber College.
Good afternoon to all. I take a privilege to introduce Dr. D. Vinod Kumar, working as an Assistant Professor in Bishop Eber College. At this juncture, I would like to convey I am very happy to introduce our alumna as a resource person and moderator for our conference. On behalf of all, I welcome Dr. Vinod Kumar. When I go through his biodata resume, it goes lengthy pages. Due to short span of time, I have completed within 2 minutes. He has a rich amount of experience in academic field. He has published many articles in international and national reputed journal. Sir has high amount of thirst in research areas. He has received a lot of research fund from various institutions like ICSSR, UGC, etc. Even though he is a resource person for so many national and international conference, he used to, and moreover, he is interested to attend conference seminars at all levels, which shows that his level of curiosity about learning. He has authored more than 5 books. Moreover, he has been honored by a number of awards. On behalf of Jesuit community and Department of Commerce, once again I welcome you, sir.
Now Dr. Georgia will honor Dr. Vinod Kumar with a shawl. Dr. Vinod Kumar is acting as the moderator for the online presentation that is happening in a different venue. So we have around 30 delegates presenting it online. Now I request the presenters of the papers to come forward and occupy the seats in the front. Those who are making paper presentation are requested to occupy the seats in the front.
Good afternoon, dear participants. Good afternoon. Yeah, thank you. First of all, I congratulate the Commerce Department is conducting a most valuable seminar, that is Vision India, and also $5 trillion economy. Next, I thank the organizers, Dr. Jerome and Dr. Aruldas, organizing secretary, for giving me the opportunity to share this seminar, in this paper presentation. Next, I thank all the faculty members of the Commerce Department for this wonderful opportunity. We have professors from MCC, our good friend Dr. Anadure is here. Welcome you, sir, for this national seminar. And also, dear participants, we are giving 5 to 10 minutes time to you for presenting paper. You can present your paper in a natural manner. You can start with introduction, and then objectives, and then your results and analysis, and you can conclude. We will be giving time 5 to 7 minutes for you, and then the audience, you can ask questions to them. Whatever the doubts you have, you can clarify the doubts with them. We are giving time to you 2 to 3 minutes. You can ask questions to them. Therefore, now open to these organizers for inviting the people for presenting paper. Thank you, sir.
So thank you, sir, for briefing the rules. So as it was mentioned, you will have 5 to 7 minutes of presentation, followed by the question by the moderators or by the observers, that is the participants. So first, we would like to invite Ms. Tejeswani and Shruti from Swami Dayananda College. Next, I request Dr. Sho to
Good afternoon to all. Thank you so much for having me here today. Myself, Shruti, from Swami Dayananda College of Arts and Science, which is located in Manchakudi. I am really excited to talk to you about the role and growth of service sectors in India. Let me share you some things about service sector. And the very first thing is majority population in India engaged because of underemployment in primary sector. And then secondary sector cannot be reached the primary sector due to the lack of infrastructure. And the best solution to reduce the underemployment is to shift the terms to tertiary sector. Next. And then service sector is the backbone of Indian economy. 50% of GDP in service sector, including IT, finance, tourism, education. Service sector factors are liberalization, globalization, skilled workforce, rise of domestic demand. Growth of service sector. Liberalization and globalization opens door for foreign investment and technology, boosting services industries. Skilled workforce. India has large skilled professionals, examples IT, catering to satisfy demand service sectors. And then rise of domestic demand. Domestic demand includes educational expenses, day-to-day expenses, middle class income. It has fueled in various service.
As she said, now we are going to see about significance of service sector. These are the significance of service sector. Here gross value. Gross value means gross value added. That means goods and service added to value. Value added to goods and service, that is meant by gross value. Those are the meanings of this. As you know, as every commerce students know, these terms. These are the contributions of service sector in Indian company. Research and development services, telecommunication service, IT enabled service, tourism service. These are the meanings of those. As research and development service, we need to know some developments, and we want to change, our company should be dynamic. Then only we can run with the customers and their demands. Telecommunication. Telecommunication means when we can connect with when we can connect with other customers, we can know only telecommunication is used for those communications with customers. IT enabled service, as we know, IT sector is the most busiest sector in our all over India. So it is seen as the main contribution in service sector. Tourism service, as we are going for tour and trips even more regularly, that makes tourism sector to develop and make them to achieve in something. These are the advantages of service sector. Economic diversification, improved standards of living, innovation and development. Next one. As we seen advantages, we need to see disadvantages too. So informal sector means we are, as we know, India is lack in poor and wages. They don't have that much skill and that they didn't go for, they didn't develop their skills. So their job quality is also reducing in tertiary sector. But in primary sector and secondary sector, they are achieving more. But in service sector, it reduces. Next. As conclusion, from decades 1999, primary sector was the best and gives 60% of results in primary sector. But in tertiary sector, we are giving 53% from 2000. That means primary sector is reducing as soon as, but tertiary sector is phenomenally getting growth. Here is the conclusion for us.
Okay, dear participants, you
Thank
did
you,
well.
sir.
Yeah. We are asking what is the data used by you for, no, this is GDP. What is the contribution of GDP to Indian economy? The service sector, no? What is the contribution of service sector to GDP at present? Have
Sir,
you used any data? Have you
sir,
collected any data for the paper?
No, sir, we are collected every data from Google.
No.
From
Okay.
from Google. Next one the
Okay. Good.
Thank you, sir.
I think the theoretical perspective you have given all these things.
Yes, sir. Theoretical
Okay, good.
perspective.
Thank you. All the best. Any other questions, dear participants? You want to ask any questions? That's all. Thank you. Thank you, dear. Okay.
Thank you, dear participants. Next, I invite Dr. Shobana Karthikeyan from Madras Christian College.
Respected dignitaries on and off the dais, a very good afternoon to each one of you present here. I am Dr. Shobhana Karthikeyan and I am an assistant professor in the Department of Economics, Madras Christian College. My topic for today is towards a more inclusive India. So this morning we had a very good lecture about where India is positioning itself as a 5 trillion economy, as a 7 trillion economy, and a very vital question came up saying the development, the growth is for whom? So this is typically to answer this question. Any nation essentially is a welfare state and it has a ton of things to do. And when we look at it from a welfare state, something becomes important. To guard, to safeguard, to take care of the vulnerable, the weak is also one of the duties of the welfare state. So the people here who are the primary people I have taken as respondents are the disabled men and women in Chennai. So disability, we know, affects life, it affects employment, education, and many facets of our living. So, and this is a certain disadvantage that can be there. But when disability is coupled with a gender disadvantage, so this theory, this thesis is all about studying whether a disabled woman is at a worse disadvantage than a disabled man. So this is something I wanted to study here. Next slide. So disability is essentially of 10 types. We have focused on about 4 types. So why this study becomes important is this. In the Indian population, about 2.2% of the Indian population is disabled. So which means that we are talking about 3 crore people, which means we are talking about 30 million people. And when we are talking 30 million people here, we are talking about about 60% of Norway's population, 3 times the population of Sweden, of Greece, of Portugal, of UAE, of Belgium, and almost the whole population of Qatar. So that is 3 crores of people. So this is something that we look at what happens in the lives of the 3 crores of people. So this will be the objectives of my study, to essentially understand what kind of disabilities are there, whether women who are disabled are at a bigger disadvantage than men who are disabled. So the sample is going to be 91 people. So the research variables studied are education and employment, economic empowerment, physical wellness, and psychological wellness. The sampling method that was used here is snowball sampling. So the downside of snowball sampling is also shown in this study is that we do not get people from all types of disabilities and we only get people of a similar type. So that's one of the negatives of snowball sampling technique here. GemoV software was used and appropriate analysis was done. Next one. So the gender distribution of the participants goes like this. There are about 57% who are male and 43% who are women. Next one. So the age group of respondents is, all these are pretty much here to see. The maximum age group of the participants is in the age group of 41 to 60. Yeah, so there was a caste-based this thing also. So the maximum is the BC, people who are there. That's the caste distribution. Next one. Hindus form the maximum respondents here. So this is also a negative of snowball sampling is when I refer somebody to the study, I'll get somebody of a similar profile. So probably we started off with somebody who belonged to the Hindu community and that snowballed into this fact where you have the maximum number of people as Hindu. So this is one of the negatives of snowball sampling here. Next one. So the types of disability suffered are actually 10 in nature, but here we only have about 4. One is visually impaired, hearing impaired, mental disability, and physical mobility restricted. So we have education and gender. When it comes to no education, women are more, and as the education progresses, except for one, we do see that men are more. So which means that disabled women have lower education in general than disabled men. So again we have occupation and gender. So this is the general demographic profile of the candidates of the respondents we have seen. So this is just for the charts. We will discuss it in a little while. So income distribution also, we start off with 4 categories. One is the no income category. The next one is 1 to 15,000, 15,000, 1 to 30,000. And there were just 3 people with an income of 1 lakh. So that was a surprising find in the study. So how the income varies is also shown in the bar graph. So now the question is whether there is any significant association between education and gender. This study found three significant associations, one between education and gender, the next one between occupation and gender, the next one between income and gender. In three cases with a chi-square analysis, we did analyze that there is a statistically significant association between these two variables. Next one. So now, understanding whether there is any statistically significant differences between men and women, we do see that in these three, educational qualification, occupation and income, there is a difference between men and women. Next one. So, where do the differences fall? The differences fall in such a way that more men are 10th pass, while more women are only 5th standard pass. And in occupation, more men tend to be more casual laborers, while more women tend to be voluntarily unemployed, kind of resigned to the fact that they can't do much about life and they just stay at home. The third one is income, where maximum number of men are earn less than about 15,000 and women have access to no income. So this is a red flag here, a dangerous red flag out here. Next one. So no statistically significant differences were found in economic empowerment. Next. In physical health and in psychological health also. So last slide, sir. Next one. Next one. So in conclusion, 4 variables were studied in this one. So only in education and employment we did find that women are at a greater disadvantage than men, than disabled men in general. Otherwise, when it comes to economic empowerment, when it comes to physical wellness and psychological wellness, there are no significant differences. This does not mean that they are doing good, they are doing equally bad. That is what it is. So with this, I would like to end my presentation. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. You presented well, very well. Detailed study given by you. We have a doubt because students are here. You just explain about this disability first. Yeah, because most of us, we are not knowing, we are unaware about the disability types and all.
Sure.
You just explain about the disability, persons with the disability. PW, no, it's shortly called, yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, for our, yeah.
So disability could be a disadvantage which arises from an inability to do anything like how somebody else does. So disability can be seen on few counts. One, on the kind of disability that is there and on the degree of disability. So it's essentially a two-dimensional scale. So as far as the kinds of disability are concerned, they are generally divided into disability arising on account of locomotion, on reaching and stretching, on dexterity, which is the skill based, on seeing, hearing, continence, communication, personal care, behavior and intellectual functioning. These are the various types of disabilities that are there. Now understanding what are the degrees of disability. So it can range from something very small, very ordinary, a small disability, to a medium disability, to a very deep disability where people are unable to function by themselves and they definitely need a primary caregiver. So from, again, it's, if you were to put it on a scale from 0 to 100, so a 0.10 on disability means that they are probably, they have a challenge, but still they are able to function by themselves. Somewhere around 80 or 90 definitely mean that they need a caregiver. So the higher they are on the disability scale, it means they need somebody to even do their day-to-day functioning, which means that it is going to greatly hamper their quality of living.
Okay, good. Thank you. Any other questions, participants?
Ma'am, good afternoon. It was nice presentation. My question is, did you consider the government has providing a lot of facility and support to these people? Have you correlated that with your study?
Sir, in this study, it was only exploratory in nature, only to see the gender differences they had and the impact on their quality of living. So as such, we had a lot of questions that we loaded in. So we actually did not consider the government schemes part, sir. In fact, in the study, one of the biggest lacunas, we did not even see how deep their disability was.
Okay.
So we just saw that whether there is a presence of a disability and how their life is hampered. That's all we could do in this, given the length of the questionnaire already.
Fine. Fine. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Next we have Akash from St. Joseph's College.
Hello. So, very well, good afternoon to everyone presented here. Myself, I am Akash Sharan from the Department of Commerce, Shift 2. So, now I am here to present a PPT on the role and importance of primary sector. So, India is projected to become the second largest economy by 2050. So, in Indian economy, there are totally three sectors, which is primary sector, secondary sector and tertiary sector. Primary sector is essential for the growth of the Indian economy, ensuring primary sector is very essential for the Indian economy because it provides a lot of daily necessities. Primary sector activity includes like fishing, farming, livestock and forestry. This mainly focus on extracting of raw materials, and these raw materials will be provided to industries who will process it, and final consumers will be getting this as a product goods. Another important thing is a significant amount of income has been generating from primary sector. The main role of the primary sector, as I said before, is to provide the raw material. Primary sector what is a basic primary sector? Primary sector dependence. We Indians heavily rely on primary sector, the sectors of agriculture activities and all the other things. Agriculture role. Agriculture, when it comes to countries like India, we heavily rely on agriculture. More than 54% of us are rely on agriculture. So why we consider primary sector a very important sector to our country? The first thing is contribute to the national growth. The first thing is, and the food product. First one I said is the contributing to the national income, and the second is the food production. Whatever the food we eat, which is the main source of raw material is from the primary sector. Backbone. Even though primary sector is declining in a few countries, the main primary sector is a main backbone for every developed economy as well as everything. And another thing is primary sector has provide a lot of employment opportunities, but nowadays primary sector the employment opportunity has been decreasing nowadays. So these are the activities which includes like agriculture and allied activities, fishery and mining and hunting also included in the primary sector. So primary sector contribution to the Indian economy. Fishing industry. Fishing industry is basically catching the fishes from rivers and lakes. All these are done in order to gain incomes for such people. And those fisheries are eating by us in our daily lives, so it also provides livelihood for such peoples. Farming method. In India, we will usually follow both traditional as well as modern farming in order to increase our productivity. And also we have a government support. Government has initiated a lot of schemes for farmers and in order to improve the irrigation and the planting facilities. Livestock farming. In India, poultry has been one of the major and booming business nowadays. People are growing lots of meat-based animals, and they sell it for their purpose, and they also contribute for their livelihood. Next slide. So there are some benefits in primary sector. The primary sector benefit includes jobs for many people, help in the economic development, protect the environment, preserve the culture, and brings people together and uses a lot of new technologies. Though primary sector has some advantage, there are lots of disadvantage when it comes to primary sector. The first one is volatility. The volatility means usually primary sector products will face a lot of lots of price up and downs. ups and downs. So heavy industry which are heavily reliant on primary sector, the economies will be completely get affected. Next is deindustrialization. We all know that currently service sector and manufacturing sector are very in increasing order. So primary sector has been declining due to the deindustrialization process. So now I come to my conclusion part. Primary sector is an economic backbone of the Indian economy, and significant amount of population and lots of employment opportunities are there in primary sector. Sectoral contribution in sense agriculture, forestry, fishery, and lot of employment which is contributing towards the GDP. Government support, I think government support is very essential for primary sectors. A good government support could help the farmers and all the other person involved in primary sector could generate a more amount of employment for themselves. A need of improvement. Today we have a lot of well-developed infrastructures and other new advanced technologies are there in our country nowadays. So implement of such technologies with a proper implementation of policy with the help of government could able to generate a more number of employment, and which help to increase the primary sector. From here I conclude myself. Thank you.
Akash, good, presented well.
Thank you, sir.
A detailed study about agricultural sector, that is primary sector.
Yes, sir.
I think in your introduction you have mentioned about India will become second largest economy in 2050.
Yeah.
What is the present status of India?
Sir, sorry, sir, I am not much aware about it, but I think it's in. I
Very
think
good,
it is
very
the
good.
top
Audience,
10.
audience, anybody can support? What is the present status of India, Indian economy? Fifth largest economy.
Yes, sir.
Good.
Yes.
Very good. Any other question? Good. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good.
So thank you, dear participant. Next, we have S. Anbudurai, a PhD scholar from the Department of Economics of Annamalai University.
Good evening to all. Myself, S. Anbudurai, PhD scholar, Department of Economics, Annamalai University, Chidambaram. My topic, the impact of primary sector on Indian economy. Introduction, primary sector, mining, agriculture, fishing, forestry. Objectives of the study. Objective of the study. First object is to the study the positive effect of primary sector on Indian economic. Second objective is to the study the negative impact primary sector on Indian economic. Methodology, the study is parsed and secondary source. The data is taken from various webs, newspaper and journals. Next one. Positive impact of primary sector on Indian economic. 1. Contribution to national income. 2. Source of livelihood. 3. Role of agriculture for industrial development. 4. Commercial importance. 4. Source of government revenue. 5. Role of agriculture in economic planning. Next one. Negative impact of primary sector on Indian economic. 1. Revenue from export, power of monopoly, and third, dependence on monsoon, labor intensive and cultivation, underemployment, small size of holding. Last one. Conclusion, India has the capacity to produce the food grain which can make a vast difference in Indian economy. To achieve target marks by the government in needs to provide support in can of land.
Okay, Anbudurai, you presented well about the. I'm asking one doubt. What is the contribution of agriculture to GDP now at present? Percentage of contribution. Approximately, can you say it was once in the beginning, after independence, it was around 30-40%, but at present, how much? What is the percentage?
47.
40%. Now? Okay, thank you.
So next we call upon Mohammad Rasul Khan from St. Joseph's College.
Good afternoon to one who all gather here. And I thank you to give me this opportunity to me to take a seminar on this topic. And I thank to Commerce Department and those who are present here to hear my own role and growth of service sector in India. Okay, first we want to know some important things. We speak service sector is a 55% above in Indian economy. It plays a vital role. It has a huge contribution. Why in India? If India is an agriculture country, we have a good industries and we are topmost agriculture country. Between that, how do service sector has played a vital role in India? What was the background and some roles can we see? Before that, a short introduction of service sector. Do you all know? It is also known as tertiary sector, third sector in economy, production in sector, service, maintenance, repair, training, consulting, etc. And many of them also. Let's move on, sir, please. There is nearly, we now over 60%. We have nearly 60%. Major contributing service sector in IT service, finance, banking, business process, outsourcing also. Leading Indian companies. In foreign companies, we have a good opportunity. Indian companies like IT companies like TCC and Infosys had gained global recognition, contributing significantly to country's GDP. This is a main points to have a good power in service sector. Sir, please. Let's see importance. 50% contribution by GDP. In fiscal year, we have a growth in 9.1. On those days where it is a hook growth, it is the first time we lead to 9.1%. Out of 8.12 million new jobs created in service sector. This is a good opportunity to unemployment after COVID. And IT, banking, financial are those where the employment were filled. And according to advanced estimate, 57% of Indian total gross value added in first half of 2024. This is a hook and a good percentage in 24 starting year. This is a development also in service sector. Sir, please. By analysis, PMI which take track perform of sector moderate slightly 60.8% in April 20 from to 61 to March. We have a fastest growth nearly 14 years after 14 years. In December 2023, service export grew by 1.3% to 1.3% by US dollar 31.6 billion. By software, business, travel, service, we have a good in export, but a small decline in 1.2% in imports. But does it not matter? We have a high net earning by 16 billion US dollar. During October to December 2023, India expressed 5.1% yearly over yearly to US dollar 87.87 billion trade surplus of US dollar 44.9 billion. We have a good export from other countries. This also gives us an opportunity to service sector. And after 1990s, we all know we have a good opportunity. Like that, this also one of them by that. Sir, please. This is the graph taken from Ministry of Statistical Implication. Yes, I am right. Yeah, Ministry of Statistical Implication. You can also see in 2012 to 13, we have a low GDP level, but low GDP level and good GDP growth. After you can see 2020 in pandemic, minus 5.8, but in next year we have a 9.1. How it is possible? There are certain reasons behind that decline of industrial service, and many people move to service sector, and even though many have offered to government service sector, these are some reasons, but it is have a good growth after pandemic. These are help us to survey after pandemic. So service sector help us to survey after pandemic. This is a good. After we have a growth only, we have no some declines. Sir, please. In the view of GVA, these also same aspect only. we have a certain low growth, but from after pandemic have a high growth. Even though in service sector this due to growth of economy. So that's why we want to know by starting what I say, whatever we agriculture country, we depend on only service sector. Why it means this only save us from pandemic after through. Sir, by key findings, by you see, I want to just recall to you. Real GVA, gross value added in service sector grew by 7.2% in previous financial year. From 2020 to 24, from 6.7 to 1 like that. In real GDP also, we have a good growth from 7.0 to 8.2%. Service sector has been a major contribution to economic expansion and job creation in recent years. Okay, this is the overall nominal GVA in 2023. We can also see majority portion covered by service sector like public administration, defense and other service 50%, and financial real estate 23%, trade, hotel, transport, etc. 70%. These three all covered by service sector. And the least one we see 2% by mining and quarrying. And even though agriculture also have 18% only, but service sector has contributed majority portion. So this also the reasons for why we are depending upon service sector. Even though manufacturing is 14 only, whatever that all sector were covered, but the three are major one: public administration, financial and trade. Okay, sir. In conclusion, first from morning section we discussing that 5 trillion economy. Now only I come to 5 trillion economy. In conclusion, the service sector has to be a game changer for Indian economy, transforming into global service hub. India has to become 5 trillion economy. The service sector will play a vital role in achieving ambitious goal. In we discussing when morning 5 trillion by 5 trillion economy, service sector contribute majority 3 trillion by I think 3 trillion. So this has some reasons. With the right policy and the strategy in place in India, is demographic dividend and technological powers to embrace service in powers in the world. These are the reference where I took from Indian brand of equity foundation.
Okay. Good, Rasul Khan. You presented the overall view of
thank you, sir.
overview of the service sector.
Okay, sir.
Good. You presented well. I think out of 100%, 60% contributed by service sector. Is it good for a country?
According to me, it is, according to India, India is an agriculture country. By whatever we have development, we never leave our own source. We also contribute to agriculture sector. Even though if a person who get high salary and high income in service sector, if a agriculture background farmer, he cannot able to get. Even though a person have without own or land, but he monthly salary certainly 60 to 40,000 without he have any asset by he having service sector. But a farmer who have a land and a minimum land of 5 acres, he have no getting even though he is food also. So my aspect, it is good for development, not for humanity. That's all.
Good. Thank you. Good. Next.
So next we invite Shakti Bharati from PST College.
Good afternoon to all present here. I am Shakti Bharati, Research Assistant under the guidance of Dr. P. Manaka Devi, PSC Arts and Science College, Coimbatore. My topic is the effect of fintech adaptation on the development of the MSMEs. Let's see the brief introduction. The financial technology is also known as fintech. It refers the new technologies that aims to enhance the automate the delivery and the usage of financial service. The fintech is primarily used to assist organization, company owners and individual in managing their financial service. The primary element utilized for obtaining financial information as well as carrying out the financial transaction include the usage habit, such as smartphones, smartwatch and tablet, and media such as software, digital video and digital photos. These platforms include peer-to-peer lending, crowdfunding and digital banking, which have distributed the transactional banking model and made it easier for MSMEs to access the financing. However, the risk is not only the factor which consumers depends on the context of adoption, as perceived benefit also provide consumers with an incentives for adoption behavior. The purpose of this study to examine the various variables affected MSME's adoption of fintech. The purpose in this paper to demonstrate how the fintech has affected micro, small and medium enterprises in various sectors may receiving the finance. The study provided a theoretical framework to analyzing the elements of influencing MSMEs. My primary objective is to analyze the influence of perceived benefit and risk in adaptation of MSMEs. In view of literatures, the Harvard says there is a gap. The fintech is fill the gap of the small business.
Participants kindly maintain silence.
Additionally, the development of financing has resulted in the intermediation of financing and requirement of risk migration to part of investors and consumers. And this is our conceptual model. The perceived benefit and perceived risk influence the both are influence the fintech adoption. The hypothesis is the perceived benefit or and risk are not significantly influence fintech adoptions. Research methodology, the study is descriptive in nature. Both primary and secondary data are utilized in the study. The primary source is collected by structured questionnaire, and the population of the study is MSMEs in Coimbatore city. The data is included from samples of 60 MSME proprietors. Multiple linear regression is used to analyze. The sample method is convenient sampling. From the table 1, about this result reveal the R value is 0.736 and 43% of influence on the fintech adoption. The overall significant value is less than 0.05. Therefore, the null hypothesis is rejected. The result shows the perceived benefit and risk both are also the influence the fintech adoption. The conclusion, the study set out the financial offer the practical solution for the fintech offer the practical solution for small and medium size business in various sectors to clarify the link between the fintech and MSMEs. The studies established the perceived benefit and risk of the fintech and MSMEs partnership. And further study, the studies suggest to long-term study can examine how fintech users moves between generation, see whether the adoption gap narrow the generation Y, generation Z and generation X. Thank you.
Okay, dear student. I think the fintech, in what way the fintech supports to reach the $5 trillion economy?
Sir?
Fintech, no? Fintech, it is doing a lot of services to the people.
Yes,
in what way it supports to reach the $5 trillion economy?
Okay. Sir, actually, the technology is mostly help to growth the economy. So the fintech is helps to minimize the work to SMEs. So it convenience to use. So SMEs is more effective on this way.
Good. Any other question, dear participants? Good, very good. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I call upon Kanniga Virgin Varshini from Holy Cross College. A kind attention of the participants. Those who have not yet submitted your PowerPoint presentation are requested to do so immediately. Those participants who have not submitted your PPTs, please do so immediately.
A very good afternoon to one and all gathered here. So here we are to present a seminar on the topic, the relationship between digital transformation and digital marketing on brand advertising, organizational performance as a mediator. So the main reason for what we have selected this topic is because entrepreneurship is in a very booming state, and hence this digital transformation and digital marketing will help the entrepreneurs to market their products even more further. And introduction, digital transformation. Next slide, please. Introduction. So let me give you all a very quick intro. There's a little technical glitch. I'm sorry about it. And digital transformation constitutes an evolutionary process, changing our ways of life and the ways in which we do business through technological changes. And the next one is, so the key word that we've used in our study is digital transformation and digital marketing. Many of you all would have familiar with that term, digital marketing, which means where we promote our products with the help of technologies such as social media platforms and other gadgets. And brand promotion is the marketing communication strategy to inform and persuade the consumers to buy a particular product even though they are not willing to buy it. Right? We are persuading them to buy a product. So the brand promotion is widely used and practiced now through promoting the brands through top celebrities and Instagram influencers and many more people. And the objectives of our study, the first objective is to examine the influence of digital transformation towards brand advertising among the startups. And the second objective is to know the effect of digital marketing on brand advertising among the startups, especially in Tamil Nadu. And the third objective is to investigate the mediating effect of organizational performance towards brand advertising. So how organizational performance is being influenced because of brand advertising. And conceptual framework and hypothesis. So the diagram represents the relationship between all the variables that are given there. And H1 represents the positive relationship between digital transformation and organizational performance, and H2 represents the positive relationship between digital marketing and organizational performance, which implies that both digital transformation and marketing are positively influencing the organizational performance. And H3 represents the relationship between organizational performance and brand advertising, whereas H4 gives the conclusion that organizational performance moderates the relationship between digital transformation and digital marketing with brand advertising. So which says that organizational performance is being improved because of the digital transformation and marketing via various technologies. And this is the methodology we have done. And the sampling technique is simple random sampling. You all would have aware that simple random sampling is nothing but collecting information from a set of set of people from a particular group, and sample size is 431 respondents. So 500 respondents, we have taken the survey from.
Go to results, analysis and interpretation.
Yes. So the tools for data analysis will be explained further by Ms. Varshini.
So good afternoon once again. So moving on to the next slide, that is analysis and interpretation. We have assessed the discriminant validity to ensure that our variables are distinct and reflect what it's supposed to reflect. So if we take a look at the table, you can see that all the values are, all the construct values are below 0.9, which reflects that there is some relationship between the variables. There is some discriminant validity between the variables. Next slide. So moving on to the next slide of the analysis and interpretation, we have evaluated the path coefficient, which represents the impact of digital transformation and digital marketing on brand positioning and organizational promotion. So if you see again, we observe the value, we can see that all the coefficient values are less than 0.5, which indicates that the values are reliable and it supports the hypothesis. Next slide, please. So here we can see the result of the hypothesis testing. So these are the yielded results we have taken. So in H1, we can see that the digital transformation is positively related to organizational performance. All the H1, H2, H3, and H4 are the result of our hypothesis testing. So all of them are proved and supported using the following methods, using the last method. Next slide. So coming to the conclusion, digital marketing plays a very important, proven, vital tool in supporting the companies to position themselves in the market, to create a unique value, to become a brand in the market. The digital marketing has been a very important, played a very important role, and digital transformation has also created and predicted a very good brand position for the many startups in Tamil Nadu. So the significance of our research is that we are the first to study the relationship about the digital marketing and digital transformation on brand position and brand promotion. So this can be a good research for further research on the digital marketing. Next slide. So these are the suggestions after the research we have taken. So an emerging research direction is ecological theory. So what we are trying to say here is, for in future, further research has to be conducted about the ecological theory of cross-border e-commerce platforms. Cross-border e-commerce platform means international e-commerce platforms, and we have to understand, we have to conduct research to understand about the comprehensive interactions between these platforms and their environment. Means we have to conduct a research to understand about the factors that are affecting the e-commerce platforms. So what are the factors that are affecting the e-commerce platforms are the government rules and regulations, the cultural differences, the prices, inflation, all of these contribute, are one of the factors of the e-commerce platforms. And with the rapid development and application of digital technology, a new factor of production has emerged in the society, that is the data. Next slide. So these are the reference we use for our research purpose.
Okay. You presented well, both of you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, I think I have a doubt. Digital marketing and digital transformation expands the economy.
Yes, sir.
But what about this employment side?
What about the
employment of, is it encouraging employment or
yes,
discouraging
sir.
employment?
There are so many courses out there, so many academies are providing courses on digital marketing because it's so in demand. If you open any social media, there will be at least one advertisement you will come across where they say we are offering a digital marketing course for low price. So if you know digital marketing and AI, many companies are willing to offer job for you, sir, because digital marketing is cost efficient and it is easier than traditional marketing, sir. So many companies are ready to offer digital marketing service jobs, sir.
Okay, good. Thank you.
One. Sir? Sir, random sampling method, sir. 431 respondents, sir. Yes, sir. So out of, sir? Sir, through survey, sir. All over Tamil Nadu, sir. Sir, our ma'am also helped us to prepare this research, sir. Thank you, sir.
Good.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Now I call upon Priyarani and Bhuvneshwari from Dayananda College.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, thank you for giving this opportunity, and it's my pleasure to introduce myself. I am Priyaharni from Swami Dayananda College of Arts and Science at Manjagudi in Tiruvarur. Let's begin with an overview.
Okay. Priyaharni, you can go to objectives because we have 4 members. You can go to objectives and then results and conclusion. Okay?
Okay.
Go to objectives, introduction, objectives. Varda? Do you have? You can read. You can present. Yeah.
Introduction.
Yes.
Yeah, this is historical background. Before independence, the the service sector is under development, but after independence, they really growth. To see this picture, the service sectors, I take the picture in before 4 previous years, 2019 to 20, 6.3% in service sector in India. After 2020 to 21, 7.8% in India. 2021 to 22, 8.4% in India. 2022 to 23, 9.1% in India. Next, current status. Service sector is the continue growing only. Example, impact of COVID-19 pandemic. He had professional impact on the service sector. While some industry like travel and hospitality faced several distributions, others such as online retail and health service and say growth. The pandemic acceleration, the adoption of digital service and remote work. Then next slide, please. Key subsectors. Some key subsectors are in service sectors. IT, information technologies.
Next, growth drivers. Growth drivers, it's economic liberalization. Economic liberalization means to reduce unnecessary restrictions and rules and regulations in control on business units imposed by government. We can also say liberalization is related to that state of economic conditions in which rules and regulations and controls are eliminated to promote competition. Next, globalization. Globalization is an economic globalization refers to the widespread international movements of goods, capital, service technology and information. It comprises the globalization of production, finance, markets, technology, organizational regimes, institution, corporation. Urbanization. Urbanization is a population shift from rural to urban areas, the corresponding decrease in the proportion of people living in rural areas. The process by which town and cities are formed into become a large as more people begin living and working in central areas. Next slide, sir. Challenges in service sectors. Skill gaps. The skill gaps is a difference between the skill that employees needs and the skills
that their workforce currently has. Here I gave some examples. A software developer had hired to their expertise in specific programming language. Several years later, however, there is a business need for them to use a new language that they have not learned yet.
Conclude it. Good conclusion.
Okay, thank you, sir. Next. So next slide, please. Okay, thank you. Service sector is a pivotal component of Indian economy. It has shown remarkable growth driven by various sectors and supported by government initiatives. In future looks promising with potential for further conclusion. Sorry.
Good.
Thank you, sir.
I'm asking one
Yes, sir.
small question. Everyone is saying contribution to GDP. What is GDP? It's a gross domestic product.
Yes, sir.
Kindly explain it about the GDP.
GDP is a gross domestic product.
Yes.
That
In what way that is measured?
it measured by the production of a country all over the country within a period of time, sir.
Good, very good. You can give claps.
Thank you, sir.
Good.
Thank you. Now I call upon T. Lawrence Joel from Bishop Weber College.
Lawrence Joel, within 5 minutes you have to narrate everything. Okay?
Sure, sir.
Okay.
Hello everyone, I am Lawrence Joel from Bishop Weber College, second year BCom. Here, I am going to say, many economists and our country's big political heads are talking about our country will be developed by 2025, 2030, 2040. This I am going to say that country is going to develop, but no, that's a question mark. We can't say determine that country is going to develop it by this year or that year. Here there are certain factors and some parameters that will help to develop our country. Let's see by one. First, India's large and growing population. Our population is about 141.72 crores and our population is set to reach about 1.7 billion by 2030. So, there is a large number of larger workforce. Per year, India produces 2.5 million graduates and it keeps on increasing. The 2.5 million is not a small word, that is keeps on increasing every year, that's a graduates. So, we have a number of graduates who will employ in rather vast areas like IT, finance, business. So, there is no scarcity for the employees. The only scarcity is on giving the jobs for them. Next, you are saying this is a primary works for the employees or graduates. Now we have to see about the small works, that is scavengers, street sweepers, masons. No, yes, we are also having the employees who are uneducated in the north side. If we see on the construction side, the most people are working the construction sites are north side peoples. So we have no scarcity in the employment side. Next, consumer demand. As I said, our population is about 141 crores. So there is always increase in the demand for the consumers and goods and services. There is no decreasing in demand for the primary goods at all. Innovation and talent. Our country is filled up of young innovative minds. The consumer demand is one of the key tool for the innovation talent. We are the consumers and we are the product innovators also. We also find the products on the basis of our users. If a product manager or in a company have to increase their profit, the only way to innovate and attach the customers. That is the innovation and talent. So there is no scarcity. Next slide, please. Rising in middle class and increasing consumption. In those times, people of middle class can't get the right education, right food, right sophistication to live. The poverty is their only situation. During the comradage period only the people get the education, right to education, free food for the sophistication life. So that people try to education themselves and getting the jobs. So it ultimately increases the demand for goods. So the demand for goods increases, service sector's growth. People are also engaging themselves in the service sector businesses, infrastructure investments. While like the middle class people getting the jobs and their standard of living are increasing, so they're getting the loans and getting their houses by own themselves. Next slide, please. Favorable demographics of young workforce. Abdul Kalam says, young people are the pillars of our country. Yes, that is absolutely right. I am a young people, you are also a young people. We are going to contribute our countries, right? Skilled workforce. We are skilled. Though we are can't get an experience, we are fast learners as we are young minds. Productivity and innovation. There is no limit for our productivity. We are young peoples. We will run about very fast and we learn about everything. Innovation, our minds also contributes our innovation. Long-term growth. Many peoples won't employ the 40 age or 50 age people for their work. They also seek for only the young peoples to work with their organization, as the young people provides the productivity and innovation. Next slide, please. Rapid administration and infrastructure development. Transportation. There are 599 highways, 131 airports in our country. For this, why at all? It facilitates the transportation between our states, countries, for the goods and everything, which ultimately contributes our economy. No any other factors. Housing. Government also gives the people for any housing. Especially when you are seeing the slum areas, they are ultimately in the very poor houses.
Go to the conclusion. Conclude it.
In conclusion, I am going to say, we all know about these factors at all. We have to only determine the government has to implement in the proper way without any bribing, cheating at all. Our country has all the sectors to develop immediately, but our country doesn't take any movements. Thank you. This is my conclusion.
Okay, good. Lawrence, you presented well. Then I'm asking about a little small question for the sake of the people. Okay, what is trillion?
Trillion.
1 trillion, billion, you are,
100 billion is
100 billion, 1 trillion. Very good. Okay, good. Thank you. Give claps to him.
Thank you.
Good.
Thank
Presented
you.
well.
Now I like to call Hemnath Kannan from Bishop Weber College.
So good morning everyone, I am Hemant Kannan from Bishop Weber College. So my topic is about India's 5 trillion economy, vision and mission of it. So next slide please. So what is 5 trillion economy? It is nothing but the goal to become 5 trillion economy, which involves increase in GDP growth rate to reforms and investing in infrastructures and manufacturing and technology. The main component for manufacturing sector is Make in India. Make in India initiative is nothing but producing and manufacturing products from India and selling it to other countries via transportation to foreign direct investments and stuff. Next slide. So as we can see, this is the economic growth over the years. During the early 2000s, the India GDP averaged almost 6 to 7% annually. It's because thanks to the economic liberalization, which occurred in the 1990s, as the whole country focused on privatization and the government intervention was little less. And during 2010-2014, India's GDP growth rate was little fluctuated between 5 to 7%. It's because the whole global, it's because there was a financial crisis during 2008, as it has some lagging effect on the economy. And from 2014-2019, India saw a stronger push in the GDP as it reached the peak almost to 7.5% to 8.2%. It's all because thanks to the goods and service taxes which was introduced by our Prime Minister. And currently, during 2000, the COVID-19 pandemic was severely affected and it caused a fluctuated amount to 7.3% financial year. And currently, the GDP growth rate is almost to 8.2%. Next slide. So, these are the key drivers to growth in the Indian economy: e-commerce and fintech, digital infrastructure, tech innovation and startups. So e-commerce is nothing but buying and selling of goods and online services, and it promotes business through online. It engages in transaction via digital platforms rather than physical stores. So fintech improves the economy by making financial services easier to use, as people nowadays carry mobile phones to provide transaction issues like PhonePe, Venmo, and PayPal. Digital infrastructure is nothing but various activities which are conducted through online. For example, let's take during the COVID pandemic, everyone had to work from homes and had virtual classrooms and many more. In health sector, the telemedicine is very useful, as the old age people won't be able to travel to the hospital and they won't be able to consult the doctors, so they can do it in a virtual way and can consult themselves. Tech innovation. So actually tech innovation is one of the most unique and new and improved technology for making life better and easier. For example, let's take Instagram or maybe like a phone software updates. It provides new and unique features for us to foster, and it helps in making our life better and easier. Startups are new companies that use this innovation to offer unique products and services. They start from
Dear participant, go to conclude it. Yes.
Okay,
yeah.
sir.
Because 3 more participants are waiting for you.
Sure, sure. So, in India's vital economy, I would say that digital economy and infrastructure development and a rural and agricultural development plays a key role in it, sir. As the service sector almost contributes to 50%, and through healthcare, medicine, and education and entertainment purposes too, because people nowadays are getting frequent illness or sickness and diseases, sir, and because of the service sector plays a crucial role, sir. And also the manufacturing sector is also increases the production and output of goods and services in the factories and plants, sir. It also drives the economic development by creating jobs, boosting exports, and fostering innovations. And the main advantage for this vital economy is green economy initiatives, as it focuses on sustainable economic growth by reducing environmental risk and ecological scarcity, sir. So thank you.
Good. Presented well.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Then have we reached $5 trillion economy? When are we going to reach?
So probably around 2025, sir.
2025.
Now it's currently 3.5 trillion economy, sir.
How at present?
Yes, sir. At present, sir.
3.9 or 3.5?
3.5, sir.
3.5.
5, yes, sir.
Okay, latest.
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. Good. I think, thank you. 1 trillion equal to 1000 billion. 1 billion equal to 1000 million. Therefore, 5 trillion, 5000 billion. 5 trillion. 1 trillion equal to 1000 billion. Next.
Now I like to call Reshma S. from National College.
Good evening, sir, and good evening, all. I am Reshma, third year BBA from National College. My topic for today is tertiary sector of Indian economy. And this is about myself. And what is the tertiary sector? Tertiary sector is also known as service sector. It doesn't include any manufacturing or any that kind of things. It only help the manufactured product as a fully served product to the customer. Next, sir. Next, sir. And the contribution of tertiary sector to India GDP changed over the years. I have taken a data from 1950 to 2000. In that, we have a 26.6% of tertiary sector contribution in 1950, but is rapidly increased to 52% in 50 years. There has been a steady decline in the share of primary sector since then. It fell 26% in 2001. Next, sir. Along with the growth of tertiary sector, secondary sector is also started increasing by the years. Next, sir. The changing structure of national income therefore indicates the industrialization. When the tertiary sector starts increasing, there has been two improvements. The first one is industrialization. Most of the peoples are changing their work profession into most of the machines, they are not ready to work by hands, or they're not ready to spend their much time in working. So the industrialization is the first thing of the change of tertiary sector, and it's also the indication of modernization. The modernization indication can be seen in agricultures. Agriculture, we are using a lot of chemicals and pesticides instantly. So that's an indication of growth of the tertiary sector. And the rate of growth of GDP by sectors as namely from 1950, it has been 3.9%. The tertiary sector has contributed 4.1% in 1950, and it has changed into 5.8. It has been the rapid change from to 50 years. So, and at the last, one of the economics and statisticians has stated that Colin Clark had pointed out in 1930s that as the pace of economic development quickens, the importance of primary sector in terms of contribution to national income diminishes. As he said, it has been diminishes. Primary sector, the value and the contribution of GDP in the primary sector has been diminishes over the year. And the conclusion is many economics believe that economy of the nation escalates when the government shift the focuses on a development of tertiary sector. When the government start to focus on the tertiary sector, the contribution of the tertiary sector has been increased. When the government doesn't take any charge, it has been the stable the one, and it has been the lower one in the economy. And we can conclude that Indian economy can no longer describe as a typical and a developed country. Our Indian economy will be developing country before 50 years, and after 50 years, it's going to be the developing country until it stops exporting agriculture things for the abroad. And my reference are Google and SlideShare. Thank you.
Okay, Resma, you presented well. I think there are 4 methods to measure GDP or national income. Expenditure method,
Yes,
income method, value added method, like that.
Yeah.
For this C plus I plus G, X minus M, that is the formula for measuring GDP.
Okay, sir.
C, what is C meant for? C. These are all the expenditure, no? First expenditure of the people. What is the first expenditure of the people?
Their income.
Consumption. Income only, national income, no?
Okay.
Okay. C stands for consumption. Consumption is the first expenditure of all.
Okay, sir.
Okay, good.
Thank
you.
Now I like to call Harni and Srinidhi from CAR College.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. Today we will be presenting a brief analysis on India's competitiveness versus world competitiveness. Competitiveness refers to the set of institution policies and factors that determines the productivity of a country. It is crucially aspect as it impacts economic growth, business environment, and overall perspective. The objective of this seminar is to compare India's competitiveness with the rest of the world, focusing on its strength, weakness, and area for improvements. Global competitiveness index. The Global Competitiveness Index is published annually by the World Economic Forum. It evaluates the competitiveness landscape of 140 economies based on various pillars like infrastructure, macroeconomic stability, and innovation capability. In the latest GCI report, India is ranked 68th. This ranking refers India's strength and significant challenges. India's competitiveness, India's strength. India has several notable strengths. Firstly, it excels in IT services. The country is global leader in software services and has thrilling tech industry. Secondly, the paraceutical sector is another area of strength. India is known as the pharmacy of a world, supplying affordable medicines globally. Lastly, India's young workforce is a significant asset with a median age of around 28 years. India has a large, dynamic and increasingly skilled labor pool.
India's weakness. India faces critical weakness that hinder its competitiveness. One major area is infrastructure. Despite improvements, infrastructure development still lags behind many other countries. The regulatory environment is another challenge. Complex and sometimes inconsistent regulations can impede business operation and investment. Education quality also poses a challenge. While there is a large young population, the quality of education and vocational training needs enhancement to meet global standards. Government initiatives. To address these challenges, Indian government has launched several initiatives. Make in India aims to transform India into a global manufacturing hub. Digital India initiative focuses on improving digital infrastructure and expanding internet connectivity. GST reforms have simplified the tax structure, aiming to create a unified market and boost economic activity. Comparative analysis. Let's compare India's performance with some major economies. For instance, the USA ranks highly in innovation. China, another significant comparator, excels in manufacturing and infrastructure development. Germany is renowned for its advanced manufacturing and engineering sectors. In comparison, while India leads in IT services and has a rapidly growing startup ecosystem, it needs to catch up in physical infrastructure and regulatory efficiency. To conclude, in summary, India showcased remarkable strengths in the sectors like IT and pharmaceutical, supported by a young workforce. Ongoing government initiatives are in right direction, and with the continued focus and reforms, India has the potential to climb higher in global competitiveness ranking. Thank you.
Okay, good. Presented well. Give anyone of the suggestion for improving this India's competitiveness.
To reduce import and to increase export.
Very good, very good, very good.
Thank you.
Next, I like to call Gajapriya and Arulmansi from CAD College.
Good afternoon to all. Myself Gajapriya and Arulmansi of class 3rd BCom from CAD College of Arts and Science. Our topic is based on challenges of India for 5 trillion economy. Let me elucidate the 5 trillion economy in detail. India is the 5th largest economy in the world. To achieve the 5 trillion economy, India would need to grow 9%. Between 2014 and 2019, India had the fastest growth rate that averages 7.7% per year. Trillion economy is a monumental task that this reflects India's aspirations to enhance its economic stature on the global stage and improve the quality of life for its population. There are several challenges that comes under the challenges of India for 5 trillion economy. Infrastructure development, education and skill development, healthcare, agriculture sector, industrial and manufacturing growth, and more on. Infrastructure development. Infrastructure development is nothing but to create or improving the physical organizational structure. At current state, inadequate infrastructure in both urban and rural areas. This faces challenges that need for massive investment in transportation, power supply, water resources, and urban planning. Finally, India was considered as the world's fastest growing country. Currently, 3.7 trillion is the present economy of India in trillion. Achieving a 5 trillion economy is a complex challenge that requires concerned efforts across multiple sectors. It collaborates between government, private, and international partners to overcome these challenges and ensuring sustainable growth. Thank you.
Good, very good. I think India is the fifth largest economy.
Yes.
What is the first largest economy?
Sorry.
Which country is the top in the world? USA. Very good, very good. Keep it up, give clap.
Thank you, sir.
Next, I call upon Tilodi from CAR College.
Good evening, sir. My name is Tiloti. I am coming from CAR College of Arts and Science. My topic is about 5 trillion Indian economic dollars, and before that I will take you to two perspectives.
Okay, you can present. You speak.
Sir, but I need a previous.
You need a presentation. You have a number?
Yes, sir.
Then you can do it.
But I need you to show. To you. I need to show to you. Everyone says that India is going to reach. So next slide, sir. Everyone is going to say that India is going to reach $5 trillion. Is it true or not? No one knows. But I will take you to two perspectives of government. First one is, sir, before slide. First one is, this is according to IMF. This report is given by IMF. They says that India will not reach or India will not achieve $5 trillion by 2028. On the other side, so next. On the other side, a commentary of our chief economic advisor, he says that we will achieve 5 trillion economy in 2025 to 2026 or 2027 as soon as possible. He says there is a math behind it. It's very easy, so I will explain it now. Next, sir. So this is how GDP is calculated. First real term and nominal term. Let's get into real term. Let us assume that India is only producing 5 cars. So each car costs 1 lakhs. So the final GDP of our country will be 5 lakhs. So let us take a nominal term. When we go to another year, it will increase the inflation. So it will be 1.1 lakhs of each car's values, hypothetically speaking. So 1.1 into 5, it will be 5.5 lakhs. So we didn't change any methods of making cars, or we didn't improve anything. It's just because of inflation. So this is how we will improve the rate of the GDP to our country. So next slide. Next one, sir. Sir. No, sir, before. So this is the second method. If we grow in real term, what will happen to our country? So this is our India's fixed capital formation method. We was 4.5 lakhs crores in previous days. So next, sir. So I'll explain it through China's historical data. This is the report given by IMF. They says that 65% of China's growth came from the capital formation pre-1978. They also says that productivity increased by 3.9% to 1.1% by early 1990s. Productivity share of output growth exceeds 50%. So next slide. But they was able to get people out of poverty. 800 billion people from out of poverty in just 40 years. In 1978, almost 80% of Chinese population was involved in agriculture. This number was brought down aggressively in 1994 to 1995, where the number is dropped to less than 50%. So next one, sir. But in India, the agricultural contribution to the government is only 20%, but the workforce work there is 55%. So people working in agriculture should come out of the agriculture and start working in production sectors to increase the value of our GDP. So next one, sir. So this is so here you can see that service sector is the highest in GDP, and service sector is the most profitable sector in India. So rather than focusing in manufacturing sectors, India should prioritize investing in service sectors to increase our GDP level. That's it, sir.
Tiruthi, you presented well. You have compared these two sides, positive and also negative. You explained everything very well. I think in China is the second largest economy, and then can you say the approximate value at present? How much $1 trillion economy there in China? We are at present 3.7.
$10 trillion. Sir.
$10 trillion. That is 10 years back. It was okay. At present, 18.7 trillion. China 28.7. That is US. 18.5 trillion. China.
Yes.
Good. Very good.
Thank you, sir.
Now I would like to call Hor Mohammad Ridwan from Bishop Heber College.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Hor Mohammad Ridwan, Bishop Heber College. Can I explain? So my topic is 5 trillion economy, mission and vision. So our Prime Minister of India recently in 2019 he said that India will soon become 5 trillion economy by 2025. So for our PM Modi, it was an ambitious vision to make India a 5 trillion. So the content economic growth. So India should focus on annual growth of 10% in every year to achieve 5 trillion economy within 2025. And second, infrastructure development. India should invest in more infrastructure development like school, building, hospital, and many road facility so that the people from the rural area or from urban can grow, can communicate. Digitalization. India should focus on rural area digitalization, connecting the people from various rural to urban area so that the rural area people can also access to the internet while not only urban people can. Skill development. India should, our government should provide many skill development courses like make in India, like many skill development courses to enhance the people, students' skills, outcoming the economic further growth. The current economic landscape, disadvantages of economic growth slowdown. India is facing growth slowdown due to pandemic in 2019 to 2022 era. Because of India's GDP is rising, but people are not getting jobs because infrastructure, there are technologies are increasing, human maids are less, and technologies are increasing. So economic growth is slowed down. Rise in unemployment. Job creation has not kept pace with the growing workforce, leading to increase in unemployment rate. There are many jobs vacant as there are taken by the robotics and many technologies, but rural area people are not even getting proper jobs because of technologies. Rise in inequality. The gap between the rich and poor are keep on increasing day by day because poor people are also paying taxes while rich people are enjoying the leverages given by the government by tax saving all etc. External challenges. Global tension between the two nations due to war, calamities, and these are increasing, so that the global trade are keep on decreasing, which is bad, which give bad impact on India. Key drivers for growth. Private sector investment. Private sector should be more crucial for India because more and more the private sector are investing, India will get GDP will increase. The government only see for social welfare, but private sector sees for profit margin and speedy getting profit, which will increase the GDP of a nation.
Okay, you can conclude.
Yes, sir. Achieving 5 trillion economy is very easy as seeing in as economy, but we have to make strategical goals and vision so that we can easily achieve it. Like we have to implement effective policies tax related policies, many policies related to increasing GDP. Also, GST introduction has increased the annual growth rate. Also, India government is promoting like Make in India, many skills like Make in India, Digital India, Startup India. So
Okay, good.
Thank you, sir.
I think definitely we can reach $5 trillion economy.
Yeah, by 2027.
Is it 27 or 25?
27, sir, because there are only 6 months
Yeah.
We can't achieve it by 2025, but definitely if we strategy.
Automatically it reach.
Yeah, sir.
Okay.
Automatically we have to make plan according to it.
Okay, good. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now over to Professor Sukumar for these concluding remarks.
Good evening. So on behalf of the co-reviewer, I would like to present my end note. We had 15 paper presentation. So I want to appreciate all the presenter with the quotes of Steve Jobs. He said the only way to do the great work, you to love what you do. That's what the Steve Jobs said. Today I saw the passion you have in the research will be the evident the way you presented here. Thank you to all the presenter and all the people who are sitting here. So I would like to present some of the encouraging key takeaways to achieve the $5 trillion based on the 15 papers presented by the various research scholars. The point one, the India has the strong technological strength. As you know that the robust growth in the technology will definitely help the India to reach the $5 trillion sooner. As you know that India is no longer agriculture country, India is artificial intelligence exporting country. The second point, there is a equitable growth in all the sector, which is promoting the balanced development in Indian economy. The third point or key takeaways is the young workforces. As many papers highlighted that 800 millions or 25 years, below 25 years. So they have one strength that they have an adaptability and willingness to learn and relearn the new things. All the Indian young workforce has an ability to learn the new things. So that is one of our strengths. And digital advantages, as you know that digital transaction is drivers for Indian economic growth. Nearly India is accounted for 46% of digital transaction when you compare with global digital transaction. So the last point is now the country is completely data driven. All the decision taken by the government is only based on the data. Therefore, there is all the possibility to reach the $5 trillion even 2025 itself. So of course there are some challenges. The challenges definitely addressed the forums like this. This will be help the government to make the right decision. So my sincere thanks to the convener and organizing secretary and head of the department and principal of St. Joseph's College for organizing such a wonderful session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. On behalf of the Department of Commerce, we extend a very warm note of gratitude to Dr. Svekin, Head Department of Economics, St. Joseph's College, and Dr. Sugumar, Principal, Care College of Arts and Science, for their valuable presence over here for the paper presentation. Dear participants, with this we come to the end of the day 1 of this national seminar. Tomorrow we begin with the technical session 5, there is technical session 4 but at 10 a.m. and the registration will begin from 9:45 a.m. onwards. So dear participants, so we close here. The tea is served outside this venue. Thank you.